Hi, Adra. Oh, fudge. Why of now did it suddenly decide to spike? The pain. It's not even the tooth part that's the problem. It's, it's the cheek part that's spiking. No, well, I kind of became lackadaisical at some point about tooth care, to the point that I got cavities all over, and then I've lost two teeth and have another cracked tooth. Um, but there's also a tooth that the one of the two lost teeth actually left part of the tooth behind and is partially gummed over. And there's pain right around that part of my mouth, but then there's also pain in my cheek. And right now, the pain in my cheek decided to spike. Right after I went live. Not even the tooth pain is the problem right now, it's the cheek part. But yeah, I got kind of lackadaisical about mouth care, about dental hygiene. Basically, basically just like the tooth that is damaged, that left a chunk is in the front. Yeah, that help. We have a thing that we can put. It's Orajel that we can put in my mouth for the tooth part. It didn't fully help with the cheek part, which is what we're concerned about right now. Considering it's the part of the mouth where the tooth that left a piece behind that is hurting when the tooth pain is happening, we're kind of concerned. Rich is kind of starting to get concerned with how the pain is going, that maybe it's a infection of some sort. Especially with the fact that right now the cheek part of the pain is spiked. But like, it's right over the upper bone of my cheek. That cheek pain. Because like that's the bone that I follow that goes right back down to that part of my jaw. So it could very well be connected somehow. But like, last night it was really, really bad. I even woke up because it got bad again. And like, last night, the Orajel managed to help. Because it's like a localized anesthetic. Yeah, it's a localized anesthetic. So it numbs all the pain in the mouth, in the tooth, in the mouth part of the pain. But then it's still, the cheek was still slightly hurting, but got better. So I assume the pain is still connected. But right now, the cheek spiked, but the tooth is fine. And it's like disconcerting. And yesterday, I didn't stream because of my leg doing the whole I'm gonna go numb BS that it does. Because my body hates me and likes to act like it's falling apart half the time. You know? Could have sworn I grabbed a vein mine. Oh well. And my mouse hand wrist was hurting too yesterday. It's like really annoying. Because like my leg had gone completely numb, like I couldn't feel it at all. Stone bricks and philosopher's stone. Oh, fudge. Hi, Rena. This is a different pack because of the fact that, I mean, it is another custom pack, but it's completely different because of the fact that some things kind of went wrong in my other custom pack. Like, I updated the mods and it wouldn't launch anymore. And like, I have those same mods that I updated in this pack updated in their updated states, and it launched just fine. But I made an entirely different pack based off the same concept of Valkyrian Skies and Create. But like, for whatever reason, the other pack broke. After I don't know what mods, I don't remember which mods I updated. I just know that this pack has every mod up to date. And then it has a couple extras. Extra mods. Also, it has mechanisms and a couple mechanism add-ons. It has Blood Magic as well as Ars Nouveau. I did not include Mana and Artifice though in this one. But like, I literally had it start being weird. Like, the pack wouldn't launch after I updated, and I don't remember which mods I updated, so I couldn't downgrade them after upgrading them. So that pack is pretty much unplayable now. But this pack does have pretty much all of the same mods except Future Tech, because I couldn't really figure out how to actually work Future Tech. Yeah, I didn't adjust that yet. Yes and no. M&A, I was using a slightly older version anyways on purpose, because the last update did not fix the update did not fit. The update broke how the when interacting with Current Forge, it broke how the constructs worked. Oh, they updated after that? I didn't realize that. The update before that broke how the constructs worked. We were on a server and it crashed it when trying to use the constructs. Like, I literally put the first item on the armor stand and the construct crashed the server. So we were having those issues. I didn't realize they updated this month, last month, technically. Yeah, last month. I didn't fully register that they'd updated again. It must have been fairly close to the end of the month. But like, the update before that broke their constructs. Yeah, that was the update I was thinking of, was the one that was like in early autumn or whatever. Because I went to play Sorcery and Magic or whatever Specials pack was called. And it was... And we had the updated version of Mana and Artifice and went to play it. And I went to do the construct, and it crashed our server. And Colin was like, "Oh no, how dare you!" And so I had to look into how to fix it so that we could get back on the server, and someone was like, "Downgrade your version to the previous update before that." So I did. I'm wondering if that the current update fixed the issue with the The most recent update fixed the issue with the constructs. But like a lot of people were asking, enough people asked about it that I realized that had to have been. Okay, cool. Cool. I'll keep that in mind. I'll update that out. I'll update that on our server. Dickens, did I just hear you whine again? You brat dog. You literally just came in. I like them both. I think that Ars Nouveau isn't as intuitive, but has its own benefits. I usually use both of them in my custom packs. I just didn't grab Monite Artifice this time around. Dickens? But yeah, I usually include both in custom packs. Stop, bunny. There must be quite a lot of logs on this tree. There we go. There must have been a fairly big tree for it to have done it that way. Oh my gosh, that was almost a stack of logs from that one tree. Babe. Because I have a tree chopper mod that basically where you only have to chop on one log to chop down a tree. Without vein mining. It's not a vein miner. It's a different type of only having to chop one log. It's HT's tree chop. And it eventually chops down the entire tree by just chopping the one tree, the one log. And like there were 55 logs that came from that one tree. It also guarantees that it also fast leaf decays. In fact, it like infinitely. Dickens, can you stop? Yeah, Alex's Mobs does a pretty decent job of adding plenty of animals.
What is your problem? You've been out 3 times in an hour.
I still don't know how the Drigmees work. Stop it, Dickens, please. Why don't you lay down right there, Dickens?
Hey, now what's your trouble?
She heard the cat do something outside, out in the living room.
Cat's cleaning the bag. It better not be the trash bag.
Mm.
Lay down right here. You can still reach it. Silly. Yeah, lay down. Lay down, buddy.
Apparently I missed a couple logs from one of the trees. Oh, that's because the leaves are still connected. They're being counted as part of another tree. So there's some logs, there's some leaves that were being counted as part of another tree that's still leaf decayed. And so there are logs and leaves and saplings and stuff sitting on other leaves that are part of another tree. That makes sense. Did some of the acorns really wind up all the way out here? Wow. One of those trees must have been pretty big. Alright, so the Drigmees drop a shard. They give you a shard if you give them a Wildenhorn. And the shard gives you access to a thing. I like how the HT's tree chop doesn't even need you to have an axe to do it. Well, some of this cascading archwood. So I guess you have to give them a bunch of the Wildenhorns just to get the summon ability of one. And I imagine they are helpful. I can't tell what the cat is playing with it still. It's complicated. Yeah, that's probably why a lot of people prefer Mana and Artifice or Electro Blob's Wizardry or similar. Because the stuff is a little more straightforward. I have almost 3.5 stacks of oak wood from chopping 2 oak trees. And starting with like 4 oak logs. I also have almost a stack of archwood from chopping 1 archwood tree. Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to work them some of the time. They wouldn't do their jobs some of the time on one of the versions. Mini melons? Oh. Delight. Okay, that's from a Farmer's Delight add-on. But like, I had them assigned properly, and they suddenly one of them started saying they couldn't find any stuff, even though I literally had them set to store stuff in a block, and in a log, not a log, a chest. I don't have a weapon, I don't have a weapon, I don't have a weapon, I don't have a weapon. No weapons for Ara. Run away. Ow! No! being chased by a wildling hunter. Run away. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. What? Questions, comments, concerns. Thoughts, statements. Andrew was like, just play it cool. I'm sure the mods will forget about you eventually. Because I said, don't be suspicious. What I need is some paper. Some nice, precious paper. How did... Okay, no, you're not supposed to convert in one deep water. Excuse me? Pretty sure drowned aren't supposed to convert in one deep water. Pretty sure it's supposed to be, like, at least 2 deep, so they're actually submerged, so they're actually drowning. Oh my. There was a zombie there and a drowned there, and I watched the zombie convert. Although I didn't know there was a summon reinforcements mechanic. But we literally watched one of the zombies convert. That's why I was saying I didn't think that they were supposed to be able to convert. It was because we literally watched them do so. Ew. Fine, spider. Like, I turned around and saw a zombie, and then within a split second, it was suddenly a drowned instead. But I didn't know that they... So multi-blocks will not convert if they're pre-built. They will not convert into ships if they're parts of VS ships if they're pre-built. However, you can convert the grabbing things for the mobs are a lot less cute than the others. I think this little beach front here will be a nice place to set up. I like how they used the fox feature, the fox grabbing feature for the raccoons. You know? Alright, we're gonna make a replica of a house I'm making on another content creator's server out of different material. Same concept, different material. And on a slightly grander scale. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, 4. Ow. Maybe I want to go 5 instead. Yeah, I want to go 5 instead. I also want this to go back more. Okay, let's see. Let's do this just as a little stage ladder type thing. That was not supposed to happen. We'll do right about here as the edge. Well, we will, however, add a third little I didn't realize that the naturally fallen trees are not a vanilla Java edition feature. But anyways, let's do it this way. Okay, there we go. So now, from there, do I want it there, or do I want to move that one forward? I want to move this one forward. But yeah, I'm limited by claim blocks on the content creator server. So I want to limit. I want to change. So we want that right there to be where that log goes. It should now be an even number of 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Nice. Okay. So now I have to decide which direction I'm actually taking this. But yeah, I never realized that it was a not Java. The naturally fallen trees was not a Java thing. I didn't realize it was a Bedrock only thing. I feel like it was temporarily a Java thing, and then they decided to remove it for some reason. Or I just always had mods that added it in, and just never fully registered that that was a mod thing, and not a vanilla thing. Yeah. Okay, do I want to do this the same way as I did the main area? 1, 2, 3. I think I do. And then we'll do 2. Oop, no. I mean, that's the right spot, but that's not what I meant to do. Almost included origins in this pack. Anyways, boop. Basically what I'm making is one of those little beach lean-tos. We'll do that. Why is my pack stuttering so much? No! But yeah, it's one of those little beach lean-to shacks. Why is it stuttering so much? Weird. Let's set a waypoint to here at least. That way if I die, I can... Yeah, I guess the death punch. But... There. Okay. So there's that. There'll be a little window there. A little window there. Probably a little back door here. Yeah, I got it. Just waiting on the payout. I got it plus one extra person. So at least I didn't get like the bare minimum of like $10 that they were offering. Because that's all I would have gotten if only 2 people ever did it, was $10. I'm still annoyed that the other sponsor I wanted to do ran out of spots before I could try to sign up for it. Because there was a sponsor for Mech Arena, which is another game I've never played and might have tried. Might still try. Um, yeah, the game looks fun, the Mech Arena game. But yeah, there was another sponsorship for that, but all the spots were closed before I could accept it. I'm glad I finally got some gaming sponsorships though, because every other sponsorship I've gotten has been HelloFresh or a HelloFresh affiliate. And like, I don't think any of my chat members would have been able to do anything about that. You know? Every other sponsorship I've been like, I've been offered plenty of sponsorships, just none of them are ones that my chat would have been able to do. Yeah, we'll do the floors in Archwood, I think. Cause I'm almost certain none of my, like, they might have been interesting, but I don't think enough of my chat members would have been able to afford it. Not necessarily that they wouldn't have been interested in it per se, just that I don't think my chat's able to afford that kind of stuff half the time. No. I am fairly close to getting my Twitch payout as well. I would have expected that to happen a lot sooner after they dropped the payout timing. like the... But yeah, I'm fairly close to that too. So that's kind of nice too. Anyways, let's see. How does the little shack look? It needs a bit of a touch of spice in the outside. Might swap out the roofs for a different wood at some point. The slant itself for a different wood. That way there's more than 2 types of wood used. Okay. Do 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 do. I did not grab supplementaries. I thought about it but didn't. Actually. But I do have a bunch of other deco related things. Including Crayfish's furniture mod. Sadly, he has not updated his vehicle mod to 1.18.2 yet. I mean, I'm not surprised, but it is sad, because that would have been useful too. He's updated his other things. Yeah. Right now it's currently his gun mod and his furniture mod that are updated. Let's see. If I recall, table was made. No, it was slabs, wasn't it? Because I also have create deco blocks in the pack. So there's actually decoration blocks from create as well. That's what I was trying to make. Alright, so we need... But yeah, I think you're right. That is probably one of the more... Does he do the goblin? I didn't know that was a Mr. Crayfish mod. Apparently Goblin Traders is owned by Crayfish. By the furniture mod creator, babe. I didn't know that was owned by him, because it's not marketed as such. Address says it is. Yeah, I don't think it's marketed as such. Huh. I didn't really register that part. Wait. Is he? Oh, did I remember Goblin Traders in this pack? Huh. He is. I didn't notice that. Oh my gosh. He really is. He's listed as the only person working on the project. I didn't realize that. So I guess that's 3 of his mods that I know of and use that are up to date. Because I think all three of them have 119 versions as well. I need to get a hold of some emeralds so I can go up there. And interact with those things. Anyways, take the pickaxe. We'll do around the sign. What we'll probably do is a little fenced-in area along the side. But yeah, I genuinely didn't realize he was involved. He was the creator of it. Actually, that intrigues me. Let's see. He's also the creator of Configured. And he made his own backpack mod. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. I knew about Controllable, but not that one. Yeah, Guns is 118 and newer. He also made a filterable hopper called Golden Hopper. He also made Catalog. Jeez. My this mod pack itself has four of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mods that are 118.2 listed as his. I literally have 4 of his 9 mods. Right, Vazkel. Vasky, rather. Autoreg, Patchouli, Quark. I didn't realize Botania was one. I already have Akashic Tome in here. I didn't realize Botania Garden of Glass was also a Vasky mod. I thought Garden of Glass was made as an add-on by someone else, by a third party. Also, has Vasky always been the owner of Garden of Glass, of Botania?
Sure.
Huh. I didn't realize he owned he was the creator of Morpho Tool as well.
That's a seriously underrated mod too that most people don't even think about using.
Yeah.
Except I usually put it in my packs and then forget to make one.
I have put it in the packs in the past, but I think the reason I stopped putting them in the packs is because I forgot to make them. And I felt like it was a waste to have something I wasn't making, probably never was going to remember to make in my packs, you know? So, let's see. I'm going to add stuff to it, I think. To the pack, I think. Hope. I need a couple more, was it phosphor? It's not phosphor, is it? I need... No, there was one that was called phosphor that was a FPS enhancer as well. Like Vanilla Fix and Foam Fix.
Yeah, phosphor was around for a long time because
And it was made...
it's an enhancement for lighting mods, or for the lighting engine rather.
Yeah, I think it was... And it wasn't from fabric made. It was... It's all the way back in 1.12.2. So it's not just for fabric. But I guess it was a lighting fix mod. Phosphor was.
And it worked pretty well playing site by itself, but it was also meant to run on servers. So,
What am I thinking of? What are the... What mods are for 1.18.2 now? That are like FPS fixers. I have Rubidium. I was looking for a couple for others. Because there's others that work together as well. Like a lot of those can be used at the same time to better enhance things. I wish there was a category for it. For things like Rubidium and similar that are performance enhancers. I wish there was a separate category. You know? Yeah, sadly CurseForge does not. Also, supposedly, Optifine is not compatible with Valkyrian Skies. Supposedly it causes issues, but when I was using Optifine at the same time, I never noticed issues. Hey now, it didn't fail because of Optifine. That pack failed because I added a mod and then put some items in the world to test it and then removed the mod without removing the items. And the other pack just casually failed in general because I updated mods. I had 2 different packs fail for different reasons. Oh, don't worry, I knew you were joking around. But yeah, no, I had 2 different packs fail for 2 different reasons. And it's also weird because I've had packs back for both 116.5 and 112.2 that would casually just crash on me after making them. Like I would build them and then they would crash on me. And I would always get confused because they were all mods I would use in tandem with each other normally, or that are normally in packs together. And I would build a pack with mods I've used in tandem and enjoy because of other packs. And then it would just like not be created. And it'd be like, what the flip? But yeah, babe, what were the other optimization mods I was looking for?
Don't know.
I know Vanilla Fix and Foam Fix were once.
I mean, are you on Fabric or Forge?
Forge.
Then Phosphor, Vanilla Fix, and Foam Fix,
I can't find any of them.
they may not have been updated. And they might have finally fixed the bug that Phosphor was supposed to fix. And the only reason why it was around for so long was because the bugs in the lighting engine
There's Starlights.
never got fixed in vanilla.
Relights the light engine to fix lighting performance and lighting errors. Ferrite core and entity culling. Boop the chat. Surprised Rubidium's not showing up in the optimization section. But yeah, I was looking for like Phosphor, Foam Fix, Vanilla Fix. And there was one other that I usually use in my 112 to 2 packs. Okay, let's see. I didn't mean to launch that yet. Starlight. And Ferrite. Yeah. That kind of stuff. Like Ferrite core ads. Memory usage optimization. But yeah, boop the chat. Boop the Adra. Boop the Risha. Do 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 do. I'm definitely not being a hyper fox. It's weird that there's more of those on Fabric, when Fabric by default is already more stable than Forge. You know? There's more Minecraft optimization mods for Fabric than there are for Forge. Are you okay, Rena? It sounds almost like Rena's having a bad dream.
It should be. Hopefully that's all it is.
Do, 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 do. But yeah, it's just weird that there's... I really do find it weird that Fabric, which is arguably believed to be more stable than Forge, has more optimization mods. Like, you would think the less stable mod loader would have the most optimization. You know? Like the most mods made for optimizing it and making it more stable. But apparently Fabric has more. I mean, I guess it can be, but like, I feel like in older versions, I did notice more optimization for it. Curious. Phosphor is on Fabric, by the way. So you could be right about you thinking about it being a Fabric mod. But it's not just a Fabric mod. The problem is the only Fabric version for Phosphor is 150. The only Fabric/Forge version of Phosphor is 115.2. Or rather, the only Forge version so far. The only Forge version I found is 115.2. They might have given up on it. Yeah, they gave up on making it for Forge and just update the newer versions. Yep, they have a Fabric version that's not just 115.2. No, I did not get a vein miner. While I was relaunching the pack, I could very easily have grabbed a vein miner. I commented on not having one. So Adra's like, hey, did you get a vein miner? I'm just sitting there like, as I'm loading into my world. Like, bloody flippers. Flippity flippin' floopin' floppin'. Flippers. I did not grab a vein miner. Ow. Snip, crackle, pop. Why is it that some of those hurt and some of them don't? When I'm popping my knuckles. And sometimes when I pop my neck like that, it gets stuck. Like it locks in place. It especially happens when I don't intentionally pop my neck. Anyways. Boop. So I did note a little annoying thing in my creative world. I made a airship, and I want to use security cameras from Security Craft with it. You can't place them in the airship. A couple of my Artifice things don't work in airships either. Like the thing that apparently allows you to set what your the turret's target. It already feels more stable. Just adding those. But yeah, no. I was trying to get things to work, but then things just, when it came to airships, and things just casually broke with them. What I want to do is somehow, I want to obtain a copy of Clockwork, which is a add-on for Valkyrian Skies that improves on the Create enhancement, the Create compatibility. I believe what I saw includes them allowing you to put train tracks on airships. Also, an interesting thing I saw, I was watching some of the devlog VODs for Create Aeronautics, and one of the things they included was an airship flying around with a working train. So they the Create Aeronautics team managed to figure out how to modify how the splines work. Which intrigues me. Because the whole point of them being splines is then, the whole thing about splines is they're not supposed to be movable. And yet they found a way to make them movable. Although, arguably, actually no, it's more of a fact that they found a way to make them work. Because, technically speaking, based on the way it's described, the way the airships work from Valkyrian Skies, isn't that the ship itself is actually moving. Because the way they imply is that it's generated, and the way it shows based on JEI is it's generated so far out that we can't access it. Like we can't actually go to it physically. So the area is not actually moving. It's just that it's confusing the train stations and stuff. If I go to try to place them, for example. Also, things broke again in regards to Project EX, or rather Extent Exchange, I mean. Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to break things with the airships, not on purpose. The airships just casually broke on me. I didn't want them to break. They just did. I want the airships to work. I want everything to work with the airships properly. But no, the airships break things. On one of my runs, I accidentally completely converted I kind of already have an idea of what the Stone Block 3 Arcane Transmutation Tablet recipe is. The downside is it used to function a very specific way in Project E that they weren't able to bring back in extended exchange. Okay, well, this is gonna cause some issues. Visually at least. We need to make a chimney ASAP. Interesting. Yeah, that's exactly what I was reacting to, is the fact that there's glass walls. Oh, of course there are. Anyways. Some some of the forged cobblestones have 2 EMC for some reason. It's from Absent by Design. They're stained glass ones too. I also have chipped glass. Because of the chipped mod. And apparently, Tinkers has glass repair kits. Alright, I need 6 pieces of cobble. Procedurally generating blocks? I don't... maybe. No, I don't think they do. Because I'm pretty sure the blocks are all the same. They might have been using procedural generation to make them in the first place. But once they were added, they were permanent. Really good. I thought that was a skeleton horse for a second. I was a little concerned that there might have been a skeleton trap near me. Right, yeah, no. They were, I think they were making them via procedural generation and then just, like, permanently adding them to the mod. Yeah, it is pretty clever to design it that way, to do it that way. Some of them they didn't have to procedurally generate though, they just took the texture for one and put it over the texture for another. And then added it as a separate block. Ow. Kaboom. I mean, what? I didn't explode. Not at all. There's no such thing as a creeper that exploded the aura recently. So this is what Archwood... This is what Enchanted Wood looks like. Rather. From all the biomes you'll go. I just know that some of the textures they definitely didn't need to procedurally generate because they already had them. Which is why the glass for wall, for example, is able to just a regular old wall, but with glass instead of cobblestone. I feel like this tree chop feature used to just give you the logs as you chopped it. Or rather, a similar mod that did the same thing used to give me the logs as I chopped the tree. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they definitely did at one point in time. I wouldn't be surprised if they did include procedurally generating for some of the items. Because some of the items aren't as straightforward. Boop the chat. Another good way for me to test this is when I finally get my airship again. Interesting. It apparently got some blue tree as well. Odd. Oh no, there's a bear over there. Run away! Make like a tree and leaf. I must make like a tree and leaf. Because there's a bear. I had to make like the trees I cut down. And the leaf. And don't worry, I'm not deforesting anything. Just cutting a couple trees from a wooded area. And then leaving the rest. I'm just doing what comes naturally. How bad can I be? Everyone should be able to clip me. I would be confused if only mods could do the clipping. But yes, I'm definitely not. I'm only doing a couple wood cutting. Couple trees. I'm not cutting down the entire forest. Weird. I did nothing. Weird that glitched and took away the VIP and didn't automatically replace it with the other thing. But yes, no, I am definitely not being the one. I'm not being the monster. There is no need for a Lorax to get involved. Because I'm not deforesting anything. What? I'm not. There's no need for a Lorax. I'm only cutting down a couple trees. Not a bunch of trees. So a Lorax is not needed. I'm also not leaving the stumps anyways. So it's like it's not comparable at all to the Onceler versus the Lorax. But yes, you are definitely not. Essentially. Silver maple sapling. Why do maple trees give me... Interesting. Silver maple, huh? Yeah, it does. Zelkova log. That's what that is. Right there. That's a silver maple right there. Source berries. Ooh. Ripe orchard leaves. Hold up. Does that mean I'll get... If I cut this orchard tree down, does that mean I'll get an orchard tree sap? Yeah. Definitely don't see a thing that makes... that shows Adra have a sword by their name now. Adra definitely doesn't have a sword by their name now. Not at all. But yeah, as far as I know, you should have been able to clip either way, even without being a mod. Thank you for the follow, Fandequackity097. I'm Ara, your local Hokyoku Kitsune, aka Japanese Arctic Fox Spirit. I'm also an anomalous object in the SCP Wikiverse, and you are currently visiting me in my wonderful home, the Winter Shrine, which is a nice little shrine inside a pocket dimension in a snow globe. I'm only cutting down a couple trees and definitely not being monster-like. You have no proof. There is no need for a Lorax. There's no need for someone to speak for the trees. I'll grab those on the way there, because that hill is on the way to my base. I just turned around because of the fact that because I noticed that the sapling was called silver maple instead of regular maple. But yes, I'm not deforesting anything. I'm just cutting down a couple trees and going. Just a couple. 8 silver, and I'll replant the sap. Anyways, there were source berries on the way over here. Yeah, these, right? Yeah. Are source berries replantable? I can't remember. Okay. Source berry pie. I have a couple orchard trees. I have regular maple saplings and silver maple. I have a bunch of blue enchanted and green enchanted saps. I also have orchard saps. Orchard saps give out more. It's funny that we didn't notice. Oh, that was a mod I forgot as well. I wanted to include apple skin in my pack. That's weird. My cheek stopped hurting. That's good, but weird. You know? Let's grab these nice, wonderful mini melons. Delightful, by the way, if I recall, is an add-on for our wonderful food mod, Farmer's Delight. I'm sorry, sir, I do not currently have any Wilden horns for you. Yeah, no, I never got, on my other run, I never got Wilden horns. I only ever got Wilden wings, which I was able to convert to, useful, leather. But yeah, there was no deforestation. The horns come from the ones that kill me? You mean the hunters? Oh. I guess it's just a skill issue then. My lack of getting the horns is just a skill issue then. No Wilden horns? How dare? Obviously a major skill issue then. It's definitely just a skill issue on that part, because if it's the things that always kill me, I've never managed to successfully kill them without dying. So, what? Hello? World. Ocean. Water. Minecraft. We need to talk. Minecraft, we need to talk. What? What is this? Chat. What am I looking at? What am I? What am I looking at? Are you a catfish, by the way? Yeah, you are. Okay. What? What am I looking at right here? Um. Um. What am I? Adra? Advice? What am I? There's a rip in reality. Help. I don't know what I'm looking at. Hold on. There's a fudging rip in reality. My Minecraft reality has a tear. Babe.
You don't even have Thaumcraft or anything.
Exactly. It's not even a Thaumcraft style tear either. But yeah, no, I don't have Thaumcraft. I do have blood magic though. I have Ars Nouveau and blood magic. But yeah, address is F3T. Let's see what happens. Hopefully that does not lead to me drowning. I should have game moded just to be safe. Because of how long it can take the textures to load. I should have either game moded or built a platform under me so I didn't. I almost added escape and run parasites into the pack too. They got rid of the lore, Adra. They got rid of the precious lore. Like the guidebook no longer has lore behind it. It's just literally that, a guidebook. A blatant plain guidebook. I'm disappointed. It used to have a lore in it. Yeah, I missed the lore. Okay, well, the rip in reality was fixed by a resource reload. Resource pack reload. Which is weird, because then I'm only running mods, and I'm not even running a texture pack. So... it's not like a texture pack broke it. But yeah, they got rid of the lore. Let's see, wood needs to go in its own little chest. Ah, Bop. Boop 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 boop. Let's do this though. And sapling next. Then the stick on the table. I liked the lore. Besides, the snares were awesome. The snare person was awesome. The person that made the snares in the first place was awesome. The poor half-demon girl. I mean, I guess. It helped me understand the reason the magic existed. And I don't know if you know this, but the lore implies that Thaumcraft and other magic mods exist in the same universe as blood magic. In fact, she talks about being wanting to become a thaumaturge and a botanist in her lore. So it implies that Botania and Thaumcraft, at least, exist in the same universe. But yeah, blood magic at least referenced Thaumcraft and Botania directly. Because she talked about thaumaturgy, mixing blood magic with thaumaturgy, and someone made an add-on mod for those two. They also mentioned embers in the lore somewhere as well. But Feywild has a library structure that has entries about a bunch of different magic mods as well. Huh. Yeah. And like someone literally made a add-on for blood magic. No, not blood magic. Thaumcraft actually. They made an add-on for Thaumcraft that included thaumaturgic implementation for blood magic, embers, and another mod. Dagnabbit, skeleton! How dare you jump in the water? I just watched the skeleton start to burn and then jump in the water to avoid burning. They walked off. They were in the middle of this little mini inlet. Yes, how dare the skeleton have self-preservation instinct? That's an Ara thing. and a villager thing, not a skeleton, not a hostile mob thing. Besides, if they had self-preservation, they wouldn't attack the Ara. If they were into keeping themselves alive, they would never attack the Ara. See? They would never have attacked the Ara if they wanted to keep themselves alive. Anyways. I literally dodged both shots that time. I'm not normally that good at dodging.
Your bottle's still down there.
Maybe. Give me a second.
Figure out where the food is.
Ow, 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 ow. Can you give me a Doc Pep? What, the bottle?
Yeah.
I noticed that too. I was surprised too. A yummy Dr. Pepper.
Against the wall.
Yeah. But yeah, what I want to do is look into getting sponsored by something like NOS energy drink or Monster energy drink or Rockstar energy drink at some point. Because it would be nice to be able to have a steady supply of energy drinks. Because I drink when we have the money to spare, but yeah, when we have the money to spare, I drink an energy drink every stream. Oh yeah, Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew energy drink, yeah. But yeah, I drink an energy drink on stream every day when I have the money to spare. I saw one of the Jackbox games. It was a trivia game. Murder trivia, I think. They asked a question about flavors of Mountain Dew during the end game sequence. And they included Game Fuel as one of the options. Now, they said the Game Fuel was a flavor of Mountain Dew. But Mountain Dew Game Fuel has flavors. It's not a flavor, it's a product. It's a Mountain Dew product with its own flavors. Yet they tried to the trivia thing got it wrong. Drop some of y'all's favorite female streamers down in the comments. Mountain Dew Gaming. Can I vouch for myself? Yeah, the problem is, I have a feeling me reacting Oh yeah, there was a trivia thing. Murder trivia. Jackbox game. That one of the end game options included where you have to pick which ones are correct and which ones aren't. They included a very inaccurate answer involving Mountain Dew Game Fuel. They asked about flavors of Mountain Dew. And they included Game Fuel as one of the flavors. And said that it was correct. That every single option there was a flavor of Mountain Dew. But Game Fuel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, has flavors. Therefore, it...
Different
that's a different Mountain Dew product. They don't have. They are not. They're a separate. They are not a flavor of the primary Mountain Dew product. They are a different product. Therefore, whoever wrote the trivia for Murder Trivia Jackbox game does not know their Mountain Dew properly. So a bunch of people got the question wrong because they didn't know their own trivia. Because I was watching Mythzan, Max Mythzan, playing it with a bunch of his friends, like, and his girlfriend Krista, and they were playing it, and I believe Fizzy was up for the running to leave, and the question popped up. Fizzy technically got the question right, but because of the fact that they had wrong information and labeled Mountain Dew Game Fuel as a flavor of Mountain Dew, well, not Gamer Fuel, but Game Fuel, which is a Mountain Dew flavor, not Gamer Fuel. They're two different products. They listed Game Fuel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, as a flavor of Mountain Dew. But Mountain Dew Game Fuel is a subproduct of Mountain Dew with multiple flavors. Doot. Let's see, any other tree-related stuff here? No. But yeah, they're not real Mountain Dew fans. If they're gonna mislabel the Mountain Dew Game Fuel as a flavor instead of a separate subproduct. Excuse me, what? Fuck, say don't burp. Because, yeah, there's Gamer Fuel, but there's also Game Fuel, which is a Mountain Dew energy drink style product. So, Mountain Dew recently tweeted asking for people to list their favorite femme streamers. That's funny. Mountain Dew News, which apparently is another Mountain Dew ran Twitter, replied. To it. Of course, they didn't list a femme streamer, they listed a male that doesn't even identify as anything other than male. This person tagged the same person 3 times in a row. This person tagged that same person, but then also added a couple of other people. Huh. Interesting. I wonder what they're doing with this information. Because they're putting the note emoji in replies to some of them. Other people are vouching for themselves and giving them the heart hands emoji, and they give the heart hands emoji back. But when the people aren't vouching for themselves, they're saying things like, they're saying noted and then putting the note emoji. I wonder if Mountain Dew is looking into sponsoring people. If Mountain Dew Gaming is looking into sponsoring people. Someone mentioned that their friend does nothing but drink Mountain Dew all day. Right now, I'm not drinking a Dew, but we do have Mountain Dew sitting in the room with us, and I drink some. I was drinking it on when stream first started. The black cherry flavor, maybe. Is Dr Pepper a Pepsi product or a Coke product? It's also a Pepsi product. Okay. So yeah, I'm still drinking a Pepsi product. In fact,
Because that's the only one that's on sale.
I'm looking at it, and we literally have 3 Pepsi products sitting in our room right now.
They were on sale for $4 a 6-pack or 12-pack.
Because we have Dew.
Products were 3 for $18.99, and Sunkist was only on sale for $1 off each, so they were even more expensive than that.
Jesus.
Because Walgreens and the grocery right now are charging between $8 and $9 for a 12-pack as regular price. Which is why I buy it on sale when they can, because it's a big sale. And that's why when we were buying them at Christmas at Payless, why we bought so much, because that sale was ridiculously good and it made it cheaper than the store brand soda. They were ending up being something like 12 cents a can, and I wish I could have bought even more.
So, what is the difference between the Kickstart Mountain Dew product and the Game Fuel Mountain Dew product? Aren't they both energy drink products?
Different flavors targeted to different markets, yeah. Kickstart only has a certain amount of caffeine in it, and they're only like 15 calories a serving. Gamer Fuel is more like
Well, Game Fuel,
is more like a regular energy drink.
like like a
They're
Monster
still a
style.
lot less than a Monster. It's ones that have sugar are still only something, I think, like 100 calories instead of 210. And I think they still have a smaller amount of caffeine because like Kickstart only has like enough caffeine equal to like a can of, or a cup of coffee.
Mm-hmm.
And they're only like 15 calories a serving. They have a little bit of actual juice in them. So the flavor on them is different than you'd expect out of an energy drink.
Right. I love both of them.
They're good though because all of the Kickstart flavors kick ass.
Yeah, I love both Game Fuel and Kickstart. I have now
Used
read.
to get Kickstarts at work all the time because they're also cheaper. They were like $1.50 a can, and everything else was more than $2. And then I still get my discount on them.
Adris says they're not a big fan of a lot of traditional energy drinks, but Kickstart strikes a nice balance.
And that's kind of why it has a market.
Right.
Because there's a lot of people that feel that way.
I'm a fan of energy drinks in general.
You need to go out.
Oh, do you? Go on. Go on.
Do you need to go out? Come on.
Go on, Rena. Go on.
Come on.
Go. Go on. Go on. But yeah, I'm just an energy drink fan. Though I acknowledge that the Mountain Dew energy drinks are some of my favorites. But so is NOS. Speaking of NOS, I'm curious. I'm curious who owns NOS, the NOS energy drink product. Are they their own product brand or are they a Pepsi brand? They're a Monster beverage. Okay, NOS is owned by Monster. Interesting. They were originally part of the Fuse beverage company. The name NOS was licensed from Holly Performance Products, which manufactures the actual nitrous oxide systems product stuff. NOS is the first automotive product to have a consumable food product share its name. Fuse was for a little bit purchased by the Coca-Cola Company, which transferred NOS to the Coca-Cola license. However, they transferred Their energy division, including NOS and Full Throttle to Monster. But yeah, no, so NOS, one of my favorite products, was at one point in time.
Watch your foot.
Rena, lift your foot. She's. Yeah. But, so NOS is a Monster product.
Is it?
It used to be a Coke product. And before that, it was owned by a company called Fuse.
Monster owned by Coke now, though?
No. Maybe. I don't know.
Or was it the other way? I don't remember.
No, they transferred their energy drink division to Coke. I mean, not to Coke, from Coke. Coke transferred their energy drink division to Monster. So all of the energy drinks that were owned by Coke are Monster energy drinks now, including Full Throttle. By the way. Because it is currently called Monster Beverage Company. It was once called Hanson Natural Company. But,
Interesting, because there's a soda line called Hanson Naturals. They're expensive as hell.
well, maybe those were owned by the same company.
I don't think I've ever even had one because of how expensive they are.
But,
I'm able to make myself pay $4 for a single soda.
Monster Energy is advertised mainly through sponsorship of sporting events, including motocross, BMX, mountain biking, snowboarding, skateboarding, car racing, speedway, and also through sponsorships of esports events. I did not know that part. But, yeah, NOS. That probably explains why NOS's flavor changed when it, as much as it did. The original NOS changed twice. Once when it was transferred to Coke, and then another time when it was transferred to Monster. Because it was originally owned by a company called Fuse Beverage, which was licensed literally from Holly Performance. The name NOS was licensed from Holly Performance Products. They literally intentionally named it after the actual thing, with permission from the people that own the actual thing for cars. Like, it was literally a market ploy. But yeah, I have in my pack I have decorative blocks as well from Create. From a mod called Create Deco. But yeah, no, so it's kind of interesting to think about things like that. But yes, Arago Burr, because energy drink, awesome. Sadly, I don't currently have any energy drink. So Ara, don't go Burr. Ara, don't go Zoomies because of energy drink right now. Ara, go Zoomies because of caffeinated beverages. Although, no. Is the Diet Mountain Dew still caffeinated?
Yes.
Okay.
All of these are still caffeinated. Just a different amount.
Death to the burning the evil zombies. The zombies do not get my brains. The zombies cannot have my brains. Sprite and Sierra Mist are two of the very common not caffeinated ones. I'm pretty sure ginger ale typically isn't either.
I've never seen caffeinated ginger ale, so
Um, a lot of people don't realize this, but people claim that root beer isn't caffeinated. That's because the majority of root beer products aren't.
Barks is one of the only ones that is on purpose, and you also have to check because not every clear or fruit soda is automatically caffeine free. Because Sunkist and Diet Sunkist, at least the orange, are specifically caffeinated.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, Sunkist and Diet Sunkist are still caffeinated. Most root beers are caffeine free.
And that's one of the reasons why I like Sunkist over Fanta because
Um,
one, it has the caffeine in it, and number two, it's less sweet than Fanta.
but like,
It actually has less sugar, but it tastes like it does. And that's important.
bork, 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 bork. So she just stood there.
No, he was just standing there. Like, even after she came in, he was just standing there looking at the fence. He wasn't even barking or anything. He was just standing there.
I, sadly enough, no, I did not. I don't think I got to try Iron Brew. I've been to Australia, for example, and I don't remember what sodas I tried while I was there. I might have tried a couple. Um, I might have, when I was in Australia, tried a couple. Because yeah, I think Australia carries it, though. But yes, I am aware. Wasn't Iron Brew also at one point in time a Scottish alcohol, though? Because I thought they had alcohol as well. Also, Adra, look at this turtle. Eee. This little terrapin. Eee. 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 Turtle. Look at this thing. Eee. Cute. Wee. Cute little sea turtle thingy. There is, in fact, an 82 meter right next to me. But I'm talking about this little guy here. Eee, where'd it go? No, where'd the terrapin go? I lost track of the terrapin. But yes, there is an 82 meter right there. There it is. Eee. Eee. But yes, there is in fact. I thought that's what that was. Oh my gosh, babe. This meteorite, this 82 meteorite, spawned inside of a small lake slash pond. Babe. It's inside a small pond. This 82 meteorite. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I don't remember ever really finding them in. I'm not used to finding them in lakes. But like, I'm just like thinking about the fact that this is a lake one. It just makes me think of something else. It just makes me think of the real life, the meteorite that took out the dinos. I didn't even know that ones could spawn in the lava. There's a lava lake you could have one. I didn't know that part. Anyways, boop. You know what I'm gonna do? I want to show something off. Where's it? There it is. Slash game mode C. I want to fly over here real quick. Just to show you what this is. Look at the sky turtle! It's from the Sky Tribes mod. This thing is called a Rallin. Unfortunately, I do not have any Emeralde. So I can't trade with them. But they're called Ralani. The Sky Tribes. Whee! It did it now. I did not know ChocoCraft was updated to 118 or newer. I just realized I accidentally kept a spawn egg for them. Oh well. I'll just put one of them in. I'll just put it in here. Yes. No. I did not know that. You know, one of the things that bothers me about people is they'll just casually throw out their wooden tools instead of trying to use them for a different purpose. Like, say, using them as fuel. Excuse me, stop double clicking. Blah 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 blah. Pop. Pop. I don't understand why people just casually throw them out. You can use them as fuel. I've even seen maps, adventure maps use that, focus on that mechanic before. Exactly enough to make one fish. To be fair, I used to be one of those people that would just casually toss out my tool, but then I found out that they could be used as fuel, and I stopped. I started getting confused as to what the point of tossing them out was when you can just use them for fuel. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Anyways, oh look, buddy card packs. Let's see what we got. Oh, they both opened. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. We got Copor. We got Embistoma, Wheat, Snowbell, Naleji, Angsty Saps, Bling, and Yang. Ant Buddy. Now in vanilla flavor. Quite. Quite vanilla. Dang it! It requires buddy cards to make the buddy card binder. Ah! I need dupes. I need dupe buddy cards. I will not use the buddy cards to make the binder unless I get duped. Okay, sticks, okay. Oh, card displays. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, buddy cards are kind of difficult. Hi, Jaden Mize. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ba ba ba. I'm Mara, your local Hokioku Kitsune, aka Japanese Arctic Fox Spirit. I'm an anomalous object in the SCP Wikiverse. You are currently visiting me in my wonderful, wonderful home, the Winter Shrine, an anomalous pocket dimension inside a snow globe. There. Tried to make a complete collection. Well, it's going to be more complicated for me to complete my collection because I also just so happen to have a bunch of add-ons that add cards related to some of the mods I have in the pack. Just like Ex Nihilo, I have an Ex Nihilo Sequentia add-ons. Aw, poor Indy. Speaking of which, how do I make a sub again? Oh, that's right, it needs a slab. That's what I forgot. I was like, I feel like I'm missing a block. Slab. Yeah. Um, I have a couple for some other ones I have too. Yes. Couple now in vanilla flavor. Yeah, no, that's gonna have to be replaced. That one should probably also be an oak log. Do, 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 do. Unfortunately for me, I do not have enough string to make what I need. Interesting. Yeah, I could. I could very much go silkworm route. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Fudge, I was gonna do today's stream as a, using the skyblock thing. Also, screw the VS Eureka mod anchor. I've lost multiple airships because of that BS. Um, I added, a world generation mod for Skyblock to make it so that I could generate my world as a Skyblock. Although, doesn't Garden of Glass have one of those too? Doesn't the Garden of Glass already provide one of those? A, Skyblock generator option. If you have it in your pack.
You need to like train to be a Skywalk?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's for.
Because I thought it added all additional functionality as well.
No, it's just to support a Skywalk, as far as I know. You just have to make sure to pick Garden of Glasses as well.
Right.
It's
So,
like it adds a little teeny bit of functionality, like the pebbles, so that you can still get stone.
except Tinkers does that itself now.
Yeah, but there's multiple different Skywalk things, so they all add something like that.
Hi, Con.
Sometimes they flip. You get the wrong thing.
But yeah, apparently Garden of Glass also does a few recipe changes, but not major ones. Adra. Adra called cone, uh, cone like the word cone, not K-O-N. I bet that was a joke. An intentional joke, too. Yep, definitely a joke, because Adra's used the tongue sticking out emoji. So, is it cone or con? R equals confusion. Oh, this is a bigger pack I just recently made. I made it last night. we would probably struggle a lot trying to get it to work on the server. Knowing our luck. Yeah, but how is it pronounced is the question. Basically, is it pronounced like the word cone or like the word con? Like, is it pronounced like someone's running a con? Or is it pronounced like... Okay. Because I've never been corrected by when I did it. The horns come from the ones that kill me? You mean the hunters? Oh. I guess it's just a skill issue then. My lack of getting the horns is just a skill issue then. Watches the clip. Is that why you said skill issue, Con? Is that why you said skill issue? Because of the cute clip? Yeah. I mean, the link posted, so... Because I was looking at Discord. Bop, 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 bop. I don't know. I don't know the anime. Technically, I know of this anime, but don't really know. Please tell me that worked. Do I have one of those already? Let's see. Do I already have a tag for that? I thought I already had a tag for that. Apparently I don't already have a Black Clover tag. But yeah, this is a pack that I made like last night or so. Cause my other custom pack broke. Keyword custom pack. Not pre-existing packs, but custom specifically. Munzo Sky Tribe member, you are literally getting in my way of accessing my chests. KCS equals Black Clover. I have 3 of them, but they're not tagged. Oops. While I know of Black Clover, I have never actually watched Black Clover. Like, I've seen clips of it, and it does look interesting, but I've never watched it. KCS equals Black Butler. I only have 1 card in the Black Pro. Dang, too bad I don't have CL Phantom. I've let's give that a pie for there. Alright, Booplygon. Terrapin, welcome back. Also, boop the chat. Oh. Who was that? Who was that? Did you see that? Zoom! Speed zoom! Come on. Give me a seacorn. Come on, sealcorn. There we go. Infect the tree. Yeah, I wish I had it. Stop acting like I'm double tap, like I'm letting go of my right click when I'm holding it, you stupid mouse. Infested and infesting. Okay, at least it tells me the difference. Anyways, save and quit. Yeah. Quit game. Yep. Outplays. Oh, I already have outplay skin. Apparently. Apparently that's already outplay skin. Ultimate. But yeah, apparently I already had an apple skin. Yo, chat, did you know you're cute? You're cute. Yep. I'm only kind of cute. Wait, are goblins part of the Fae? Goblins are Fae folk? I didn't realize goblins were fair folk. And if they had fair folk magic. I didn't know goblins counted as fair folk.
Sometimes.
And they technically have fair folk magic. Or can have fair folk magic. Can I get a paper towel over here?
What'd you do? Sorry. I didn't bring that.
You see a thing.
Did you spill the Dr. Pepper all over yourself again?
I definitely didn't just splash myself with a splash of Dr. Pepper as I was pulling it away from my mouth, and thus also splashed my keyboard. Definitely didn't happen. Nope, not at all. That is not a thing that just happened. Why did it resize? Andrew said you cute too, you dork, when I said the chat was cute. First off, I'm not a whale part. Second off, I'm only kind of cute. Only just ever so slightly cute. There's barely any cute on me. I'm an anomalous object in the SCP Wikiverse that was able to fight 682 and survive. I'm only kind of cute. I gotta be scary if I can survive 682. But again, he did take one of my tails. One of my 10 tails. The jerk. Interesting. Security Craft apparently works with... Is Security Craft owned by GeForce now? Because their Patreon website is... Their Patreon is /GeForce. Hopefully you got everything figured out with that issue.
Supposedly they messaged somebody else and they're going to take care of it because she said they have what they need on file now. I just didn't
Well,
have it cause a problem. No. And she said no, even if it doesn't get unlocked by the end of the day, but I should still be able to file it next week without a problem. Since it's only 1 week behind, it's not going to cause an issue. And they'll just keep 2 certifications open to file it. Just means it's going to delay when I get paid.
jeez. I forgot how lucrative, Ex Nihilo silkworms are. Babe. One tree gave me like 4 stacks of string. That's more than I know what to do with. I say as I put aside a stack of silkworms into the furnace. Let's see, in the sifting. Yeah. In sifting. Flint. Okay, I need a couple things of flint though. So let's grab okay. How much flint Can I? Okay, it's a 1-to-1. Okay, cool. I need that chimney. Dang it. Two, three. I need to make that chimney. Okay, I believe I can take one of these now, and I believe the recipe was this. Yep. Flint stiffened mesh. What else did it say I could get from that? Oh. Appetite, sulfur, cinnabar, and niter. Dang, I need oh. I'm confused. There are 2 different flint recipes. Flint mesh recipes. Like, as in, it's giving me an option of... It's showing me 2 different things that can come from a flint mesh. I'm now confused. Yeah, there's also autosavs, but I forgot to grab the mod that adds them. From Xcompressum. I'm confused, old. But the list wasn't over that length. Yet. Because right here, there's only 4 items here. There's still a whole row here. There's 3 different entries for it. 2 different entries. Because look, they easily could have fit all of the same thing, both entries for flint in the same thing. Since the iron mesh does that. The iron mesh has the same number that would have been in the entry for flint. Anyways, let's toss out. Yeah, it's just weird. I'm just confused why they split the entry. Let's make a hammer. I believe it was stick. No. Was it this way? Is that the right one? Yeah. Alright, so let's go. I actually do need to yeah, I played a lot of it. I've played a lot of Minecraft in general. I was playing it back in the alpha releases that were still free. Before they started charging for it and requires you to buy it to ever touch it again. Even if you'd already had it downloaded and played it so in the alpha releases. I was playing Minecraft back then. might have still technically been InfDev. The version I played, it was back when it only had creative. Um, Back when Minecraft was only creative mode, only had creative mode. So I guess technically I was playing it in InfDev, but like one of the earlier versions of InfDev. Because it was pre-survival, and they didn't have, I don't even remember if they even had, I don't even remember if they had beds at the time. That might have been when they first accidentally introduced creepers. Okay, so it wasn't 4 things of string. It was almost 5 things of string that I got from that one tree, by the way. Also, I got a stack into 24 of silkworms from that tree. But yeah, no, I played a lot. I even played, like I've played before Infinite. Oh, so pre-InfDev, huh? Because yeah, I don't even think they had a bed in the first version I played. I could be remembering wrong about the bed thing, but definitely when they only had creative mode. I can't remember. Can you smelt? I can't remember. Can you smelt glass in the smeltery? Glass panes in the smeltery to turn them back into glass liquid?
I don't know, actually.
Yeah, I just can't remember if I can turn glass panes into it. If I can smelt down glass panes into glass. Because I know I can technically cast panes out. Because if you have glass in your smeltery and you cast it into a table by accident without a thing in there, without a cast in there, it'll give you glass panes. Just like if you put coagulated, you can get coagulated blood that way too. Was it rotten flesh and any other meat types that became blood if you didn't put a mob in there? Was it rotten flesh and other meats, or just rotten flesh that could become coagulated blood? Because I know you can get it by standing in there or tossing a mob in. But I thought you could also smelt something down to get it. And I thought it was like...
Not sure.
Oh, I forgot about that thing. Oh no. Alex's mobs is gonna screw me over. You wanna know why? Yeah, it's rotten flesh that can be smelted. Yeah. Yeah, that's why it's gonna screw me over. Oh, that's the exact reason it's gonna screw me over. Mosquitoes. Alex's mobs adds mosquitoes. And if I recall, they're nether creatures in Alex's mobs. So the first time I go to the nether, I'm gonna be screwed over. The Crimson Forest. Specifically. Interesting. So I just gotta, basically just gotta... Oh, come on, tree. My tree grew too close to my house. Like, it was too big of a tree, so it's touching my house. So the log part of my house... One of my logs is now technically a tree. The Rowlands can shut doors? Okay, then. I'm gonna be super annoyed if cutting down this tree. Good. Leaf stone? No. Nor have I heard of leaf redstone. Oh, wait, no, I know what you mean. You can also use observers to make TNT traps with trees. Because they'll detect when the first block is removed. When the bottom log is removed. It relies literally on the person mining out the bottom log. And you can set up a trap. An observer setting off a bunch of... But that's another thing that you can do. But I've seen people use that same method to set off minecarts. TNT minecarts. As well. Anyway, time to do a bunch of mining. I do have a mod pack, just so you know. A server mod pack. A server. I do have a server. By the way, Adra. It uses a modified version of Special's magic and sorcery mod pack. Right now, at least. I might back it up and name it Magic and Sorcery. Yeah. I might back it up and name the backup Magic and Sorcery. And then upload this pack to the server. want to gain access to Clockwork somehow. Clockwork again is a Valkyrian Sky cross compatibility mod that enhances the create cross compatibility mod, which enhances the cross compatibility between Create mod and Valkyrian Skies. And allows you to make planes using it. Like actual Clockwork planes. It is a in dev it's in development currently. It hasn't been released publicly, but a couple of content creators that I watch have done VODs on it. I believe Shals has done one on it. I don't remember if ZF or any of them did, but I feel like one of them might have. I've definitely seen a couple of others do VODs on it as well. Let's see, I have a single iron. Oh, they've converted it to make the raw ore variant now. Instead of making an ore chunk. That's interesting. But yeah, the Clockwork add-on adds things that allow you to, it adds bearings that pretty much are similar to windmill bearings. However, they turn the plane, they turn it into it's a propeller bearing, which then allows you to fly. Silkworm. I have a question. How do we actually get silk from silkworms? Is it true that we boil them? So, in other words, this mod is not actually accurate. The Ex Nihilo mod isn't accurate in the sense of that. Then. Because I thought silkworms left behind a bunch of silk.
Not enough quantity for a bunch of silkworms and boil them out. That's how we get the smoker quantity of silk.
So, while there technically are more humane, air quotes around that term, ways to get it, because of the problem, according to Risha, is that they don't give enough quantity of silk.
One person is going to make an outfit from one person's worth of silk. Like, you can manage a silkworm farm and get that, but like if you're commercially manufacturing it, they don't make enough fast enough.
Because is the silk the cocoon of the worm? Well, rather. So it's not actually the cocoon as everyone seems to think it is.
I don't think it is.
Because I've heard a bunch of people seen a bunch of people implying it was the cocoon. And the silkworm is actually not a worm, but rather a moth caterpillar. But yeah, so from what Risha's saying, she doesn't think that silkworms, that the silk is a cocoon.
But I don't know for sure. Like, you have to go look all this up. I don't know this stuff off the top of my head.
Ledor, okay. Interesting. I'll be right back, chat. I have returned. Also, while I was gone, I took the time to look up silk, and unfortunately, it is in fact the cocoon part of the silk moth. Lifespan. Unfortunately. And I don't know for sure if it's technically intended, the boiling part is technically intended to kill the silk moth a larvae, or whether it's more of an intent of converting the silk moth larvae into, or rather not the silk moth larvae itself. It's intended to soften this cocoon and unravel it. Because they stir it to unravel the cocoon. I don't know if the intent is also to, if the killing part is intended, or if it's a side effect. But unfortunately, yeah, about that. Adger's like, interesting. Glad we don't have to smelt them for string in Minecraft. Hovers over the cooked silkworm. About that. So the concept behind the infested... I wonder if Ex Nihilo will ever add a additional silkworm. Like an additional silkworm stage. I didn't smelt them for the giggles, I smelted them for the food. I mean, huh? But yeah, no, I wonder if they'll add the silk moth stage to the game, to the mod. But yeah, about that little don't have to smelt them thing. I guess I didn't get the memo. Kidding. But I didn't do it for the giggles. I did it for the food. Wonder. They're compostable. Babe. Why is there a composter in Ex Nihilo Sequentia? When it's already in the... Oh, no, it's not a composter of its own. It's the barrel. They can be composted to make dirt. Never mind. I got confused. I thought there was an extra. But yeah, silkworms can be turned into bone meal. Yeah, I forgot. Shush. Shh. Shh. Silly fox. Silkworms are for silk, not food. I found it interesting that I had exactly 33 cobble at that time, which turned into 33 gravel. But yeah, silly fox. Silkworms are for silk, not food. So, speaking of that, the iron pieces turned into the raw iron instead of into their own little separate ore chunk. Apparently. Does that mean that there's no longer any ore chunks? Does Ex Nihilo no longer have ore chunks? I'd be most concerned about Adra on a pack that contained security craft, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, I think I would be more concerned about you and with security craft in the pack if we were on a server together. Considering security craft has disguised or explosives. I don't think a granite can be converted into. I don't think granite can be converted into. Oh, interesting. Granite can be turned into molten clay, but molten clay can still be casted out into seared stone. Babe. Oh no, no, never mind. I misread that. Molten clay can be casted over granite to make seared stone. Never mind. I misread that. But yes, there is in fact explosive ores and all sorts of other explosives. And security craft. So I don't know how much I would trust Adra in a security craft based mod pack. By the way. Alright, so I need, speaking of clay. Okay, I need a whole bunch of more sand. I have 44 clay. And sand and gravel. Which is sad, because I also need the gravel for other reasons. There's more to security craft than that. Security craft is intended for home defense and security. Base defense. There's security cameras and stuff too. But like, it can be used for trolling as well. But there's also this little detail. Though, to be fair, I do want to mention that if you're in a one probe pack, it does give away things. You would be able to see the truth. But yeah, no, it's very much about security for the most part. Keyword for the most part. Oh yeah, this too. Kaboom. But yes, you can in fact make explosive. You can make explosive anything. Pretty much. But then there's also reinforced materials. I don't know why you would want to excuse me, though. I mean, what fucks rich don't burp. I don't know why you would want to reinforce raw copper, though. But anything you were building with, I would understand. But, like, why would you want to reinforce copper? That's not a block form. That's not, like, smelted. Yeah. There's reinforced and explosive variants of all vanilla stuff. Including reinforced redstone stuff. There's also fake lava and water. But like the reinforced stuff is explosive proof. Trophy system is always a misleading name to me when it comes to explosives. You know? You? This card, Yang, looks spooky. When looking at it through JEI. Through the JEI stuff. Like scrolling through JEI and then just seeing Yang behind the stuff that you're looking at. But yeah. The reinforced stuff is all explosive proof variants of it. The downside is once they're placed, they take forever to mine up as well. But yeah. There's explosive of everything and things that people would want to use. Like blast furnaces, smokers, and regular furnaces. But there's also things that you would want to mine up. Like diamond ore and stuff. Imagine going to the end and only to find out that the end island is made entirely of stone mines. Kaboom. Or that it's littered with them. Instant game crash. Maybe. Anyways, silver maple sapling. Alright, let's see. How much do I need to, thinking. Excuse me, what? Fox said Stumpert. Yeah, I was thinking of something else. Let's see. If I were to build a smeltery right here. 1, 2, 3. No, wait. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We would take out that. Oh, I can't build it right there though. No, because I would block my door. It would have to be one over. How did you get out? Excuse me? Since what? Why have you been staying inside that whole time up until now then? Okay. So it's 9. 9 blocks, which is 4 per block. I would get rid of these glass panes, unfortunately, but oh well. Because 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so 4 per block. So 4, 8, 12. Oh, I do need the melter anyways. I need the melter first anyways. Fudge. Because if I'm doing it vanilla, I do still need to melt some copper down. I mean, if I'm doing a survival, I need to melt copper down. You know, the melter used to not be part of straight up. Okay. So if we go with. No, wait. If we go. Use. Because I believe I can use any seared glass, right? To make the melter. Or does it have to be specifically? Yeah. It has to be specifically a fuel gauge or equivalent. Fudge. Yeah, they really screwed us over with that little detail of adding it to the straight up to regular Tinkers. Because it used to be a Tinker's complement thing. Okay. So to make a melter. Okay. Seared fuel gauge, okay. And glass as well. Yeah. It's literally only needed to ever make 1 block. Based on that. If it's required for progression, it's fine. But the very essence of adding a melter like that into vanilla Tinkers without having it required for progression only, like making it required just to make the smelter in the first place, that's annoying. Unless, of course, yeah, I guess. Though I usually don't make my thing bigger than a 5 by 5 frame with a 3 by 3 bottom. I do make them taller, but not. It will probably be about the height of my house. And I won't have corners. Because screw the corners. Same with nether portals. Screw the... Screw the corners. Singularities. You had to make a bunch of multi-block structures for stone block 3, I take it. Or they expect you to make a bunch of multi-block structures for stone block 3. But then you figured out a way to get around it. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Okay, let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's actually do it this way in 4s. As if I were making blocks. I want to... make... two more for now. Because I'm thinking, if I do this right, so that's 40. Okay, so now I need to do the sand. It's 5 pieces of sand, I think. Yeah, 5 glass. Do I absolutely need a stack for it? Automate seared... Automate coagulated blood into induction smelters to make pig iron. An open-ended challenge. I feel like if I had iron, if I had a pair of shears, I could use those to make this easier. Anyways, let's see. A cross of glass with seared. Those would be useful, but that wasn't the only thing I was thinking of. Okay, so it looks like to get started. So I had 40 there. I have 13 left. I was thinking about making custom maple trees, though. But, it looks like to me that actually speaking, you need 13 less than 40. Is that 27? 13 less than 40? Did I do the math correctly? Mm. To set one up, you need 13 less than 40, which is 27, right? I did that math right? But I'm thinking custom maple trees. Um, 8 for the heater, 5 for the melter, 4 for the fuel tank, 3 for the faucet, and 7 for the basin. And you get 3 faucets. So then we need probably only 2 copper for that purpose. But then you also need 4 to make the smelter a controller. That's not enough. Not quite enough. I guess it's 4 ores. Not even 4 ores. Mm. What I would probably do is this. Okay, so now to make a... I'm gonna make another... Yeah, that's right. I want to make another... A comma would have worked too, yeah. I need 1 piece of glass for this plan. Also, I need to smelt out 6 more of those while we're at it. We're gonna put the controller here. We're probably gonna make this out of fuel gauges. But what I want to do Alright, so what I want to do is convert the outside of my I want to make the most of the layers for this out of seared glass. Well, not seared glass, but fuel tanks. Um, what I need is a hopper. That's what I need. I need a hopper to feed into here. Yeah, I want to make most of the upper layers out of fuel tanks. What I should have done is made channels. And then just put a bunch of basins along the channels. Yeah, where the entire thing is made of fuel, is made out of fuel accepting blocks, as well as see-through. When it's not full, you can see through it. Kind of wish I had made seared stone first. A block of seared stone first. So I could have made my smeltery controller out of seared stone. Technically, I could still do that, actually. Do I have enough molten copper in here, though? No. But yeah, no, I've always made the kind of smelteries that are made out of mostly see-through blocks. Also, let's make a couple of these. And, that clay, let's turn that into a brick, because I believe I can use that to make the temporary ingot cast. Because I'm going to need some of those for the drain. Yeah. I need 4 of them. To be exact. And what's wrong with the type of smeltery I make? By the way you said that makes me think there's something wrong. Yeah, disposable casts are kind of annoying. But they're a good temporary source. Apparently Risha couldn't figure out how to use them at one point, though. Anyways. Address implying there's something wrong with my smelteries. I asked them what was wrong with it, and they're like, oh, nothing. And then said that they were whistling now. Yeah, what's wrong with my smeltery? Explain thyself. I make a self-expanding smeltery. Because what I do is... though right now what I'm doing is, I'm planning on making... Oops. I'm gonna make a few more V's and use... What, the seared stone ones look janky and funny? What if I only use seared stone in the creation? Because I can literally... Oh. I don't think I can. Yeah, what if I only use seared stone in the creation? Except for, like, the drain. Or what if I only used... But why do the fuel ones look... Why do the completely fueled chambers look janky? If everything I... It's like literally completely fuel. And it's versatile. It's like... It's a versatile design. Because it's not looks here, it's effectiveness. In my opinion, effectiveness is what matters. Because that's what they are, is effective. Also, this is new. This is new. Basins now act like cauldrons. That's new to me. And also, they are definitely an effective option. Not just technically speaking, outright speaking. They are effective. Because you always have... you're going to be hard pressed for someone to run out of fuel with this method. If you have all the fuel. Hello? Okay, then. Hello? What is... Okay. But yeah, in my opinion, these are one of the most efficient methods. It's like, hey, are you gonna place these smeltery blocks here? Or rather, you can't place them here. They have to go in this spot. Placing them in here is too far away. Just realized that works for the other plan too. Because if I place a drain on this block, on the block above this one, it's like, hey, I'm helping. So the plan is to make like 1, 2, 3. Maybe I need a few more of these, actually. Because I don't want to have to... I need a few more. Let's do it this way. Okay, there. So now, I can put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Excuse me, I mean what? Fuck, spirits don't burp. So now we need 7 more. Well, we need 7, 14, 21, 20. We need 28 more. Yeah, Smelter is just trying to remind me of where things go. Yeah, they take. I feel like it's. Mm, I guess technically speaking, I could have done it that way. I made more casts than I needed to. Oh well. There's only 22 of them. Okay. Like that entire. Actually, I need I need 4 additional ones. I mean, I guess technically speaking, your method would be potentially more efficient, actually. But like, I'm already here for the most part. Yeah, I guess you do. It's the same feature. Using the smeltery or the melter gives you more. Because what I need is the... I'm also going to need more copper. What I'll probably do is I'll put this back here. Like so. I know, right? I feel like not every version of 112, not every version. Oh, that's because I clicked it. Okay, that makes more sense. I think it's expecting me to make a slightly bigger smeltery than I'm actually planning to make. Width-wise. But the plan is that'll cast back in at some point. After I've made all 32, I want to say, of these. Not 20, no. Wait, I miscalculated. Exactly. It looks like you're trying to build a smeltery. Would you like some help with that? It very much is Clippy, isn't it? Why did Word get rid of Clippy? I feel like I heard they got... Why?
Because everybody thought it was annoying and wanted to murder it.
Yeah, they did. Apparently everyone thought it was annoying and wanted it gone. So they got rid of it. I mean, it was useful at times. It was very useful at times. Yeah, usually I make the bottom row of the smeltery, and then I cast it all out. I might... So, that'll give me 1, 2, 3. That's doing 5 at a time. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Okay. I'll have an extra couple blocks if I do it that way. I might convert one of these into... Isn't ChatGPT one of those AI writing softwares?
It's a chatbot, yeah.
Is it as bad as AI art, or no? Or do you think they're different enough? Because AI art literally yoinks stuff that's not technically public domain. But ChatGPT is fed by a dictionary, isn't it?
It's fed by whatever they feed it, and that therefore it's affected by the bias of whoever wrote it and whatever they fed it.
So, did you see that thing where apparently someone asked ChatGPT what transgender was? That Musk reacted to, getting upset because of the fact that it gave it the scientific answer. Address says that it does in fact scrape the information the same way that the art does.
Yeah, and sometimes they can just scrape the internet in general too.
I need me X. I wish I had ice powers in this. I need a custom Origins made at some point. Because I want to make... That was actually exactly the kind of reference I was making there. Adra knew exactly what I was going for with that statement. No, whoa. Hold up. How was I able to smelt that? Since when can the melter hold more than one thing?
I don't know.
Or would it have stopped and be like, oh, you have something else in here already? Okay, it would have still done that. It can't finish processing thing. It tried to accept... I almost tossed my glass in. I mean, not my glass, but my sandcasts in, which probably would have become glass. But yes, I did in fact make a Lord of the Rings reference by the fact that I said I need my axe. It was an indirect one, but it was one all the same. I need a way to feed this. Let's actually get rid of that for now. We need a block. Are there copper casts in this version? I can't remember. Or was that an add-on? That must have been an add-on. Do I have gold? Do I have enough gold? I think I had an add-on at one point in time that added copper casts, and they were... Or aluminum brass. Was it aluminum brass that I'm thinking of? Or were those also temporary?
You can either use aluminum, brass, or gold.
Well, apparently there are no longer aluminum brass casts. By the way. It's one
They're
ingot.
still temporary clay casts. The new ones are based off of sand and not clay. That's way.
Wait, why was I doing that? That's right. I need a nugget too. Three nuggets. Right there. Excuse me. What? Excuse me? Why did it give me a different type of copper? Nugget form? Babe.
They don't know.
It gave me one type of ingot, but gave me a different type of nugget. Hello? Okay, so we're gonna make... But there's two different types of nuggets. Here anyways. I don't know which version of copper it gave me. Let's see. That would have to be a thermal nugget? Yeah. I think it gave me a thermal... I think it gave me one of the thermal. Or did it give me the ex nihilo? So it broke down into the create copper. F3H, advanced tooltips. We can find out. That's its own, that's called Tinkers. It's the Tinkers adds their own copper nugget.
Why is the freaking fruit box not just notifications like half the fucking screen?
I don't know. Yeah, Tinker's Construct has its own copper. A nugget. But not its own copper, So here's what we're gonna do. So we need, we need the iron first. That's right. Also, three of them will be that. And that one will also be that. Now, we'll put that one there. And we'll put those there. Okay, so we'll take the iron. Because I believe this is technically hot enough. So they removed their own copper. Tinkers did. And their own aluminum brass. They removed everything of their own. Or wise. Apparently. What did that... Oh, no, 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 no. No! 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 Please tell me I can smelt that back down. Ah. Whew. Oh. Okay. Oopsie. Oops-a-daisy. I'm aware. Mm. The benefits. Did that not convert back? Hold up. I didn't think about it. That's why that happened. Um, so I may have just lost some iron there. Yeah, I just lost some iron. I should have just used an uncrafting. Oh my gosh, I could have used an uncrafting table. Oh my fudgin', fudge. No, I couldn't have. Because I don't have a maze map focus. I could have just saved that until I went to Twilight Forest and got a maze map focus. Fudge. So that was 3 nuggets then. Don't know how much nugget is left there. But I did still lose a single ingot's worth of, like 1 or 2 ingots worth of stuff. Hopefully that's enough. No? Okay. Nope. Apparently not. It used to tell you. This mod used to tell me. This mod very much used to tell me. I lost 3 nuggets worth of... Interesting. I didn't even do anything. Oh well. Hold up. Babe, my phone might be cracked a little more. Screen-wise.
Why?
Up there.
Can't see from here.
There's like little pricklets of...
Well,
What?
it actually cracked your screen somehow.
Yeah, that's the thing they added. Maybe. I thought I added a mod that allowed me to configure. Apparently I didn't. Unless it's its own control now. Category. Yep, okay. Yep, okay. Can it? It says it's already... Okay, now it tells me. I set it to not needed. Okay. So now, let's do this. Weed. I guess it needs it for... It's needed for extended. The actual one probe is needed for extended. Sir? Ma'am? Whatever you are, go away. There was a skeleton right outside my window. I went to sleep, and it says, "You may not rest now. There are monsters nearby." I look straight ahead of me, and there's a skeleton just staring in my window. Ah, yes. That. Do, 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 do. I was hoping to get a bunch more iron because I wanted to turn the iron into stuff. I wanted to turn the iron into things like hoppers, or rather a hopper, for the sake of this thing. Also, excuse me, I mean, what? Fuck shit, don't burp. But yeah, that was really annoying, just looking out my window to see it looking at me. Anyways, 1, 2, 3, 4. My floor is now complete. Do 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 do. My floor is now complete. Oh, my floor is now complete. That's an interesting thought process, actually. Imagine. Just like gets stuck in the seared stone. Do 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 do. The floor is now complete. Alright, so we do need liquid concrete from Immersive Engineering to do it. Interesting. The floor is now complete. The floor part is now complete. Quicksand can technically do that kind of thing too. Bad corner. No corners for you. I believe... Literally. Corners over squares. Literally. Oh. They're for squares. They're literally for squares. Oh fudge. I messed up. I don't know how to fix this. Except this. Because I don't want that last one to... No. No, not right there. Right. Anyways. That is now set to only send that stuff that way. Because I only need 1, 2, 3, 3 more. Because I need ingots for that. Hi, sir. What do you have for me today? How dare you? How dare you not have anything to give me, emeralds? Okay, so now we're gonna do this. Yeah, I guess you have a point. Alright. Anyways, I need to make a thing for fuel. I want to start with the fuel gauges. I don't have enough sand. That's a problem. Although, so if I use this to smelt. Wait, what? Creeper heads become glass? Why do creeper heads become glass? Tinkers? Minecraft? Hello? Creepers can be turned into glass too? Why? So you could, instead of getting blood from creepers, you get... Uh-oh. Sir, you might want to get your llama away from there. Because once this is completed... Hmm. Skeletons can be melted into milk? What? Okay then. Mm-hmm. Ow. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. But at the same time, not? I don't know. Ow! Ow, bad Skella. Oi. Skella. Shoot, ow. Sir, what are you doing in my house? That was weird. Dang, I didn't get any bones. Sir, I think you lost your llamas. Thank you. I just got free llamas. I just got free llama. Llama free. Free. Free llama, I told you. I got free llama. My llama were given to me for free. Because the sir ran through my house. And the llama couldn't fit through my house. So he gave me the llama. Oh. That's right. The sir gave me the llama. I count that as giving me the llama. So I guaranteed get more, grout out of, more. Okay, let's make a lever. Okay. I need a lever, so I need stone and stick. Right? Was it cobblestone and stick, or is it just stone and stick? I think it's cobblestone. Excuse me, what? Fox redstone. Burp. Keep a stone and stick. To make a lever. A lever. I'm not casting it into anything. I've already turned off all of the casting areas. They literally can't cast into anything else. I already double checked that. It's not quite full. But what I'm gonna do is this. I'm using this. I'm gonna put that against this with this here. The faucet will go there. Alright. So we then temporarily do this. And we cast out that, which we then temporarily turn off. I wish I could send this upward without having to have something from a different mod. technically speaking, I actually need that to go that way. Oh, wait. I don't think you can cast Seared Stone into anything. That's right. Since I'm using Seared Bricks, I can't cast it. So what I might do... I should have made a second lever. Oh well. Okay. So, now, we're actually going to do this. Because I want this to be specifically... to empty that. Because I need... Because what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to refill this back up with what's left of this already in here. Not that there's much right now, apparently. Can I? I didn't know that was a thing. So now, we turn that off. Because then we need 2 things of copper. I did not double right click. Stop. It keeps acting like I double right clicked. Okay. So now we have that prepared for 2 more copper. I believe I should only need 1 copper ingot. However, I will carry 2 just to be safe. I mean, copper ore. I will bring 2 with me just to be safe. Oops. That's right. I forgot a step in my casting. Now, okay, so we have the drain part. I can't remember. Do the drains, if they're feeding out of the smeltery, still need to be on the same floor as the rest of the smelter? Even if they're not on the inside the smelter itself? Even if the smelter's complete and they're here? Don't they need to be in the same inside the actual structure of the smelter? Like, don't I need more walls for the sake of the drains? 60. 70. Okay. So like once I've built this, okay. Can't remember, can I use, I think I can use regular sand for this purpose. I think I can use their glass for this purpose. Let's separate that off. That's right. I think you can use their glass for the plan I have. Okay, there we go. So there's 2 pieces of clear glass. Can I use their glass in the place of... Yes, in the place of any glass. Cool. Okay. So that means that I can go over here. If I take all 12 of my glass panes here. Wait, did the glass panes melt out properly? Did they smelt out into full pieces? Like, no, okay. They didn't. Not quite, at least. They almost completely fill up the chamber, though. But yeah, I need 5 of them. Hold. 525, 475. Ooh. Dang it. My bad. I should have just left it at 1. I need pipes. Pipe. So, that requires... I need pipes. But I can't craft them. I literally don't have enough to craft them. Will 1 piece of sand be enough to finish both those blocks, do you think? Because they're almost... But they're not exactly half and half. Although, maybe. Okay. Yep, okay, perfect. I guess that's why it worked out, because they weren't quite half and half. Alright. So now I can at least make the first tier of the, smeltery. Because I can use their clear glass to make the fuel gauge. Alternate smeltery heart. Now I have a full smeltery. However, what we're gonna do is a little bit interesting. So what we're gonna do is actually do this. We're gonna lower everything by 1 block for now. Because I just realized what I did wrong there. Mm-hmm. Imagine feeding one of these with a... There is a creeper sound. There's a sound at least, not a creeper oh man. But there is a sound redeem. I literally have one. Why didn't it work? Sound alerts? Do we need to have a talk? I just want to talk. Sound alerts, I just want to talk. I just want to have a little bit of a talk, sound alerts. Just a little teeny tiny talk. Just a small one. But not quite far enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that wasn't quite far enough. Why do you sound like you're saying rada rada? Why did it sound like he said rada rada? One of those times. Am I okay? Why did I think he said rada rada? Why did I hear rada rada? I mean, obviously I'm a Chowder fan if I'm hearing it, but like, is the Wandering Trader secretly? How was his name pronounced again? Gazpacho? After the food? Babe? Gazpacho. Because I'm pretty sure that's the name of the character that says Rada Rada. Because that entire show is literally built off of characters that are named after foods. Like Chowder, the title character, is literally supposed to be named after the type of soup-like food. Uh-oh. 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 Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Full. Alright, let's temporarily store... We're just going to temporarily use this as storage for now. Ex Nihilo. The sorting simulator. Oh, come on, Dickens. I just wish he would have done that while I was up. Yeah. Because it's been like 20 minutes since I stood up to go. I have gold. I have gold. I have gold pieces. I have gold pieces. Let's see. How much? I have 2 pieces of gold. I have 2 more things of copper. Hi, Dickens. What, did you take a screenshot and you saved it in photos?
No, I printed from the PDF, and the default thing was my photo folder for some reason.
Huh.
Which makes it
Anyways, my smelter is up and running. However, I need fuel. So, ex nihilo, this is where you come in handy. Crucible. How do I make this again? Okay, do I have any bone meal? Oh no. I don't have I don't have any I don't have any bone meal. No! None of the skeletons I've encountered have dropped bone meal. No. I guess I'm stuck using. Oh right. Hey sir, I don't like you being in my house for this whole time. Let's not turn all of my sand into that. Okay, where's my hammer? My hammer. Shh. Adra's like, dust won't cause any skill issues. How dare you imply that there's skill issue for me fighting skeletons? I killed like 4 of them before that one killed me. There's my first piece of bone meal. There's 3 more. Or rather 2 more. There's my 4th. The problem is, I need a lot more. I wasn't wanting to use that much of the sand I just collected. How dare you make me use a full stack just to get 7 bone meal. How dare you, game. How dare the RNG screw me over like this. Yeah, that definitely sounds like he's saying rada rada. Why does it sound like they used a soundbite of gazpacho? 6. Okay, man. There we go. I'll just keep sifting the rest of my dust. You hear it too, right, Adra? Huh? Unfired crucible. Unfortunately, my first lava's gonna take a bit. Also, I just realized I don't have. I wonder if blaze burners would work for this at some point. Like if I could substitute that out for a blaze burner. Also, I wonder if the heater, an active heater, would one of the act. I wonder, unless I would have to configure it, wouldn't I? No. Although maybe I need lava first. How to make lava? Crucible. Campfires work well? Interesting. Um, yeah, I'm definitely not nomming on silkworms. Ah, was it charcoal specifically? Or did any coal work? Yeah, torches do work. I know that much. Um. Nope. Nope. Maybe. You think maybe they'll get that realistic with it? Because one of the things about it is that you have to stir them. Problem is, I don't have a bucket yet. However, okay, so we then go here. We do 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Now we only need one of these to feed in. Actually, we need both of them defeated. That way it doesn't act. I don't risk accidentally making. Mm-hmm. 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 Don't I have 6 nuggets somewhere? There. Temporarily turn that off to turn that back around. Turn that off. Sir? Sir? I don't think you want to be there. Sir? Nope, me. You were the one that was risking your life. Hmm? Hmm. 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 Wait, what? Can I? Oh my gosh. That's demented. He ran inside after Adra mentioned that. Oh my gosh. That's evil. You can melt villagers, pillagers, and wanting traders into iron. Not iron, emeralds. Beb. You can convert them to emeralds. That feels evil to me. At least with villagers and what... Sir? I don't think you want to be down there either. That's going down into a cave eventually. Ah, my first bucket of lava. In 3, 2, now. Bop. I now have lava. And sir, I don't think you want to be near that. Trust me. What? What? Does that have to be converted to regular stone first? Oh, come on. That's annoying. That's annoying. Or am I jumping to conclusions? I think I'm jumping to conclusions. They changed how it functions. I was jumping to conclusions. That's even more annoying. Never mind. Never mind. Wah, wah, wah. No, it used to be that you could turn stone into molten stone that would turn into seared stone. Alright, so I want you to go there. I just thought about something. This raw gold here. Hmm. I should probably. Ooh, wait. Wait. Let's do. Hi, Raina. Let's do this one specifically. Alright, so is that 2 ingots and 6 nuggets? Okay. There's that. Okay. 30. That's 2 nuggets worth, I think. Okay. Now, we probably also want to do a nugget cast. So, do I still have... I guess I probably could have sacrificed that piece of copper. I mean that brick. Oh well. Will that be enough? Or do I have to re-smelt the... I have to re-smelt it. I have to smelt enough to make that. Fudge. I believe it was 90. Okay, so I may only need 1 more. Nope, okay. I was right the first time. There we go. I now have nugget casts. Perfect, okay. Let's do that with that. Alright. 9 blocks of seared brick. Let's also move this over. Wait. Is there a way to set both of those off? No, not like that at least. What if I instead take this piece of grout and do that? Will that do both? But yeah, no. You used to be able to, in 1.12.2 at least, you were able to make um into there's some pretty useful stuff. You used to be able to just convert stone into it. It was one of the benefits. Hey babe, have you played Stoneblock 3?
Barely.
What was your opinion on the singularities aspect of it?
Didn't get that far.
You didn't get that far? Did you notice that it had blood magic in it?
Sort of. Like, I barely played it, so I didn't get very far. I'm like still on the first chapter of the quests. Like, I built an automatic crafter and sort of figured out how to get it to work and stuff. Built an RF engine and some basic power stuff, but that was it. I was able to get a little bit more stuff working that way. It's a neat pack, but it's a lot for me to learn, and half this stuff doesn't work like it used to, so I have to relearn a bunch.
Right. For example, me finding out that it's vanilla tinkers that you have to now cast copper onto stuff to make. You have to cast copper to make the smeltery controller, and then you have to use copper in the recipe to make the drains. That was disconcerting. That was surprising and disconcerting to me at the same time. So yeah, I have a nugget cast and a yeah, you used to be able to alloy to make aluminum brass, didn't you? And then aluminum brass alloy could be used to make cast in the place of gold.
That was the whole point, was in case you didn't find gold, you could make the
Risha isn't really too familiar with create normally. Maybe some minor experience with it in other packs. I bet.
yeah, that's pretty much new to me because I skipped playing Hotline 16.5 almost entirely because of certain things that might not make available and not being compatible. So I gotta relearn it in 2018. You know, there's been creating changes with the 118 version. There's
but you also skipped 116.5 almost entirely. So your experience with Create is mostly 118 experience, right? My experience with Create is a mix. Like I switched to 118 because of trains. Trains. Trains, I tell you. Trains. Like legitimate trains instead of cart contraptions. That's why I switched to 118 too. I do still play older packs, the older 112.2 packs though. And I also still make 1710 packs. But that's again because the mod creators of some of those mods aren't making those mods anymore. Or for various reasons, be it they passed away or they just completely retired from modding altogether. Rest in peace, DBC, Dragon Block C. Dragon Block C's creator. I don't know if they've been working on upgrading it from 1710 yet. The people that took over, which was the original creator's brother, if I recall. I don't think they've been working on upgrading it out of 1710. I think they've been staying in 1710. But like there are features in 1710 that I prefer from over 112.2 and newer. Heck, even 189 and newer. But then there's features from 189 combat that I prefer over 1710 combat. You know? Like I have a mixed opinion on the different features. But yeah, no, I would be the one that would have had to have relearned Create and stuff. In fact, I did have to relearn Create because of stuff. Because my experience had been 116.5 Create, with Create at least. I think our older packs never had Create in it, did they? The ones we used to make for 116.5. When Worm Roost came out, when we were using it for Worm Roost. Right. Right. Hi, Adder Plays X. Try to keep chat in English. Unfortunately, I am a not fully educated American. I don't know much of other languages. In that regards, rather. I am at least a high school graduate. Let's put that much out there. But it's more about I don't have a extensive knowledge of other languages other than American English. And limited knowledge of some British English slang. Traductor? I'm confused. What does that mean? Also, Ader Plays.
Are you in any chance connected to Adorator YouTube channel? Ah, translator. Okay. Okay. Um. Although probably not if you had to use a translator. Okay. Just a coincidence. Anyways, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I know right now I'm doing well at least. Anyways, let's see. What do we have? Okay, we can make some copper real quick. You don't know how to write it? Hmm. What happened to my... Oh. I was like, wait a second, what happened to all my copper? I left the redstone signal active. I left the redstone signal active, babe. Uh, also, boop the chat. Yo, chat, y'all cute. My bad. Can't believe I did that. Anyways, let's see. I need a whole bunch more sand turned into glass. For my plan. As a wonderful fox spirit, Arctic fox spirit, I have wonderful plans for this place. Let's see. Let's do not past there. But yeah, I'm doing well. Um, I realized something with the fact that I included tinkers here. I can make a quite impressive foundry style factory thing using tinkers and create in tandem. Can't I? Like that would that would be an interesting build. Tinkers and create going hand in hand with each other. Yeah, yeah, I'm doing alright, just a bit of pain. Usual. I also know some minor, I have some small, not so fluent experience with German. Mostly just basics when it comes to that. And some extremely basic Italian. Like, extremely basic. When I say that, when I say basic, I mean basic, basic. Can't even hold a convo in that. I know, very, very, very basic. Like, I can't hold a proper convo in Espanol, but I do understand it to some extent. Just, like, barely. There are things I understand. Because I know como está can mean how are you, if I recall. And bien can mean fine. I think. I don't remember how to ask how the other person's doing. Like, I mean, I don't remember how to say and you in Espanol though. I don't remember that part. I know how to say I don't speak Espanol. I don't speak Spanish, which is habla no español, or no habla español. Either one. I don't know how to say I understand it, kind of. But yeah, I could make I could make a factory using create and tinkers in tandem. Hello? I did not do that. Pop. Excuse me, why did two different things get unallowed when I didn't want them to? I don't think the creeper sound worked this time either. Hold on. Let's try this again. Okay. That's annoying. Yeah, good luck with scaring me, Andra. We've already established this. You can always try the Phasma heartbeat and see and those kinds of things too. But we've already established that stuff doesn't actually work. The jump scares don't actually work. What? Problems? Problems over there in the
We just have to wait till we find one that does.
in the peanut gallery. But yeah, no, jump scares don't really work on me. Plus, with how actively I'm watching chat, I'm not sure how efficient that plan is. Do 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 do. What do we do with the drunken sailor? There's also what do we do with the drunken Ara? Put her in an ice cube till she's sober. What do we do with the drunken Ara? Put her in an ice cube till she's sober. What? I've been hyper. mm. A drunken Ara gets put in an ice cube till she's sober. An ice cube till she's sober. Do you do with a drunken Ara? Put her in an ice cube till she's sober. Problems. 2 blocks, 3 panes. Okay, that's a couple nuggets worth. If only there were glass nuggets. Anyways, Adra just said that they're surprised that I haven't fallen in yet. Okay, let's see. 521, 607, 944, and 928. I don't... fudge. Okay, we're gonna make another one of the, we're gonna make a couple more channels for the back of this. What we're gonna do is this. And those channels are gonna feed into a thing here. So we're gonna do, we need 4 of these. Hopefully I have an extra. Should have an extra somewhere. I thought I had 4 of them. Okay. So there's the one there, the one there. Where'd the other one go? Oh, it's still attached here. Okay. There's that. I used to fall in all the time. That's why I'm chuckling maniacally about that concept. Okay. So if we do... We need another one of the... for this plan to work, we need another one of these. Specifically for this purpose. Do. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I used to fall in all the time, so that's a common Ara thing. Now, the smeltery. That used to be a very common Ara thing. A very, very common Ara thing. Well, mine's not fully built yet. Probably gonna... Right, but you also can't get blood in there without special accommodations. Why not? Why wouldn't you normally need the blood? Okay, so how much do I have in here? I have 1 block worth. Is there. Okay. Let's do that. And then while that one's casting, we can do another block worth. Like so. So now there should be one more block. Nice. Let's do that then. That's about how I thought that would have divided out, too. Yeah, we don't need... Though I want that... Do we still have the... Is the Wandering Trader still around? Or did he leave? Because I was tempted to shove him into the smeltery. I mean, what? I said nothing. Nothing sus at all. You have no proof. I was definitely not planning on shoving the poor guy, the poor Wandering Trader, into the smeltery to make him world. Not at all. I wonder, now that we have that empty, can I then take this tank, place it under here? If we do this, can I then do this little thing here? Yes! It works. Perfect. Do. I didn't know if they had changed that or not. Was why I was asking. How long does it take for that to fill? What do you think? That also means that they work with almost with the channels that work too. But yeah, the plan was boop boop, boop boop boop, boop 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 boop. Anyways, we'll take that bucket and we'll fill that back up. Almost to another bucket worth. We'll take that bucket and we'll put that back in. But my plan is that at least an entire column of this is gonna be these seared fuel gauges. But the rest of it's probably gonna be glass. Gonna be smeltery glass. Seared, that's a new item. Those seared ingot variants, those ingot variants are new. Let's just leave that off for now. But yeah, sound alert seems to be down right now. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. If that were the case. It does say it holds more. It says it holds 48 ingots worth. And is ideal for metal. Mm, Trying to figure something out. So that's not a full ingot. That explains why I was using it that way. Okay. That explains why I had it stored. Okay. So if we're gonna do this, I think what I want to do. I mean, it has been 5 hours of streaming already. I feel bad about having already made those windows. Kind of wish I had thought about that ahead of time. Okay, so those two can stay there. But, ow! What? Since when? I thought it needed it needed metal or actively molten stuff in there. What? Excuse me? Since when did they change that? 59. Since when? Why? How dare? I fell in on purpose, thinking that it wouldn't hurt me. There we go. That doesn't count, because I thought it wasn't going to hurt me. I jumped in, I didn't fall. That doesn't count.
Is that what they always say?
I literally did. I was gonna use it, I was gonna jump in, and then jump out. I didn't know that the new version hurt you. That is weird. And frustrating. But hey, we have a piece of coagulated blood now. I jumped in 3 other times on purpose. Yeah, it does, because I thought you used to have molten metal in there. Or something already molten in there.
Yeah, something had to be in there for there to be any heat.
Not anymore.
That's not wrong. Something probably had to be in there or it didn't do anything.
Yeah, not anymore. But that's why I jumped in, thinking that something had to be in there for it to be hot enough to cause me to bleed. I jumped in to jump onto the other edge, thinking I was safe. Anyways, let's see. Do I want it to only be 4 tall? I'm thinking. Otherwise, I would, if I had known, I would have just jumped over instead of jumping in. Oh, auto jump's gonna try to. Auto jump's trying to kill me. Auto jump is trying to kill me. All right, let's see. So how much do we need? 1, 2, 3 times 4. We need 12. No. No. This is 1, 2, 3 times 4, but then times an additional 3. So 12 times 3 is that 20? That's not 26. It's 32, isn't it? No. No. It's 36. 12 times 3 times 3. Twelve times 3 times 3. Oh, Zombo. Come here. But then we take away... Hey, you, Zombo, come on. Get in there. Oh, never mind. But then we take away the additional, these 3. So we need 33 of them. Okay. $33 of those. Oh, I don't have enough. I don't have enough for my plan. I don't have enough. Because 3 of these are going to be fuel gauges as well. Alright, do I have more grout anywhere? Yeah, I have 6. I have a couple stacks. Okay, pop. Okay. So we'll then take and borrow. I should probably just make another lever for this, I guess. So currently my thing can hold 9 until I complete that. I need 1, 2, 3 of these fuel gauges, so I need 12 more of these. The next interval of 12 is 48 after 36, right? The next interval of 12 after 36 is 48, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because it's 12, 24, 36, 48. I like how everything I'm doing is currently in intervals of 12. By the way. I need 36 minus 3 glass the windows, because I'm also doing the other three that I just said -3 of are actually going to be fuel gauges, so I'll have 4 tiers of fuel gauges. But everything I'm doing for my smeltery is currently in intervals of 12, because the walls are all. It's a 3 by. Well, it's technically a 5 by 5, but without the corners. And then with a 3 by 3 central. And so it's 3 by 4 height wise. Yeah. The interior is 3 by 3. But it's also, so it's a 3 by 3 by 4. If we don't count the fact that the floor is lower than the walls. If we count the fact that the floor is 1 block below the walls, actually no, counting the fact that that's 1 block below the walls, because the volume does not include the floor. Yeah, 3 by 4 by 3 is the final design. Alright, so my original, those 12 are gonna, I might end up needing more glass for this too. There's my 3 gauges. Okay. So now we have the 3 fuel gauges here. But yeah, my entire smeltery is going to be see-through, except for the bottom layer. So right now it can hold more. It can smelt more. I should probably make a quick pattern so I can make my crafting table into a crafting station. Actually. Yeah, life without hoppers. We're gonna convert this crafting station into. We're gonna convert this crafting table into a station. Why? I like how I placed it down, despite the fact that I was planning on turning it into a station. I wish that they would have. Yeah, no, it's a. The station itself is table pattern. Log pattern is different part, different thing. But now, I could have sworn log pattern was an entirely different thing. We want that there. Alright, so I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I'm missing 20 of them. So we'll actually take off 4 of those. 'Cause if I'm right, um, yeah, as far as I knew, it has always been that the log makes a different thing. I could be remembering wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Okay, yep, log and pattern work too. Yeah, but the crafting table one has always been a thing. I also still play in 112.2 occasion from time to time, and I still watch 112.2 packs. In fact, right now Yogscast is doing a pack with Jurassic Craft back in 112.2. I'm pretty sure. Is he okay?
Chewing on himself in the usual spots.
Yeah, Greg Tech New Horizons is a 1710 pack. Yeah, I know. I don't remember. Have you ever played New Horizons? Did you beat it?
Hell no.
You gave up, didn't you?
I didn't give up, I've just never gone back. I think somewhere I still have my save on the version I was playing. I think it's the last instance I have left that still runs in multi-MC and not in Prism.
I mean, technically, you probably could beat. There's probably a final goal to it.
There is, it has these huge quest line and everything, but I think even with me playing with everything the way I do with the cheat type stuff,
Like, even with you adding Project
still
E.
got
Or did it already have Project E in it?
good question, actually. It might have, but I don't remember.
Stargate? Oh, I used the Stargate stuff. Adra says that they'll let you tell me about Stargate in regards to Greg Tech New Horizons.
I don't know that much about it. I definitely haven't gotten that far.
Sounds like that's farther than Rish's. It's the actual end game of it.
Yeah, I think I got to.
But yes, I know what the Stargate stuff does.
I think I got as far as like HV.
HV?
Yeah, high voltage. Because there's different voltage tiers, so there's like 9 or 10 different tiers. And the Stargate stuff probably required the fusion reactor, which is like the 9th or 10th tier. So,
That's how far Risha made it, is HV. And probably not much further than the start of HV, I'm guessing. Yeah, finally. Hello? Wait, why did it stop casting? Oh. It didn't. It just looked like it did for a second. These looked like they were empty and Daz didn't. So, just before space travel?
possibly. I don't remember. Without looking it up, I don't even remember what was supposed to happen when. But I played a bunch of different Great Tech on 1.12 too.
How far in was that tier?
But the older version of Red Tech was more complete in some ways, but was also still missing stuff. So like it's hard for me to go back and remember now because I barely played both of them until recently. Like what's different? Because the Red Tech that New Horizons is based on got forked multiple times, and the versions that are available in 1.12 are all forks of the original, and they're all different from each other. Because there's Greg Tech 5 and Greg Tech 6. later. And then there's the community edition, and then there's the community edition unofficial.
What's the difference between the community edition and community edition
Just depends
unofficial?
on who's working on it and the types of contributions that are made. The unofficial version is going back and making things more like Red Tech 5 most of the time, because the community part that's involved with actually making it hated 6 for some reason. So like 90% of the stuff is making it harder and making it more like 5 and getting rid of all the stuff that 6 changed.
Oh.
I don't even know what the differences are between all of them, so.
Yeah, well, there's 2 different community editions apparently.
Yeah, I could be wrong. Maybe the community edition unofficial is the only one, but I thought there was a different one too.
But Adra's saying the Grid Tech community in general, like the people, are a mess.
Not surprising. I mean, that's the whole thing. Red Tech 5 still had nothing to do with the original. He, like, literally hasn't touched it since 710 was still new. So,
Yeah, that's the thing. I think,
some people that have been supposedly working on making it work in newer versions too, but they're extremely not complete.
I think that Jinryu's replacement team, the team that Jinryu's brother put together to finish the mod, stopped working on it after they made it to the point that they wanted it. The problem is it's still incomplete, even in the stage that they have it. And it's a 1.7.10 mod. And it sounds like they're not planning on picking it up again. They just wanted to finish the project, the project that his brother was working on at the time. That Jinryu's brother was working on at the time. Or rather, that Jinryu was working on with their brother. Because they were working on the thing together, a specific project together. And then Jinryu passed away. And then they never finished the actual mod. I could be wrong and they could still be updating it. But a bunch of the Jinryu, like Dragon Block C and Naruto Block C and stuff like that, never got updated. And there was a person who was making a port for Dragon Block C to 112.2. But at some point in time, either before or just after Jinryu died, their permission to make the port was revoked. And then the port got removed from CurseForge. I don't know if it was after Jinryu died or before Jinryu died. But all of Jinryu's mods are stuck in 1.7.10. Now that person is making their own Dragon Block Super, which is different but similar, because they're both based off of Dragon Ball Z. And that's been made in 1.16. Why do you keep pulling that on me, you stinking... Alright, I need 2 more ingots worth of this. 2 more bricks worth of this. And then... Was that not quite enough? Oops. Oh, fudge. Oopsie. Where did it go? Where did the one for that go? Oh, right here. But yeah, I believe they wanted to leave it where they did to honor Because one of the last things I think they did with Dragon Block C was put Jinryu's Dragon Block C character customizations on an NPC and put them in Kai at King Kai's house. At King Kai's place. Oh wait, that's not right. My bad. I do still need more of that. Let's at least make a little bit of a staircase up. I need one more worth. One brick and 20 buckets, millibuckets worth. One, two, three. Like, I really love that mod, and I can't use it anywhere else because it doesn't exist anywhere else. You know? Okay. There's also other mods I really love, like the One Piece mods, but none of them exist for 1.18.2 yet, which is sad. Alright, there's my full smeltery. That is as tall as I'm making it. My smeltery setup is complete. I just now need a, what we're probably going to do here is this. There to there, and then we need another one of those. We need another lever. We also need a whole bunch more cobblestone anyways. It's not down here. Where? I just realized I haven't figured out where it went. Where did the Ralani go? Hello, the Ralani friendo. Sky Tribes person being. Well, Sky Tribes being. But yeah. Let's see. Okay, so I need wood to make the wonderful friendos known as the part builder. Alright, so we leave out one of those. We do that. Alright, first, let's grab a stick out so we can make another maneuver. Do 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 do. Let's then put the lever, not there, on top. No, it won't go on top. Will it go inside? No. Will it go here though? Yes. Okay. So then let's do. That was close. I almost cast one. There we go. Alright, so I might need another one of these actually. Ow. You said ow? Okay. So we need.
Yeah, mister. Can I help you? Gotta watch you with that tail. You just knocked the trash all over the road.
I bet he has to, you know what?
That thing is deadly. You don't even know it's there.
It really does seem that way half the time.
No, seriously, retrievers don't have any control over it. They have some, like, vague awareness of it that they can use it as a rudder when they swim to chase birds. But when they're not in the water and when they're just around, they just kind of exist. Most dogs don't really have a concept of their tail. And supposedly cats don't either, but I don't believe that.
That's not possible to be true. Because cats use their tail when they're to express various moods. Some cats use it for happiness. Other cats outright use it when they're angry.
Are you just clingy or do you need something?
But yes, Blacksmith Aura is incoming soon. Do 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 do. We need another one of these, cause I. Oh, that is empty. Okay. We may need to stop this early. Let's just not do that. Also, looks like he does need something. Though he's been rather quiet about it if he does. There we go. That's full now. Okay, so we have full thing of seared brick there. Half a thing of seared brick here. Oh, whoa, 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 don't, no, 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 no. No, no. Oh, 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 that was close. I almost just cast a block when I didn't want to. Bam. I almost cast a block that I didn't want to. Okay, let's see a little bit more. Even ever so slightly more. There we go. Okay. So now those are both full. Now the question is, how much left do I have to worry about? One block and one brick and 40 minutes. So I have a few blocks worth. Okay. So we do that, then we swap that back around. We can go back to doing it this way. We'll just make a few extra bricks. Do 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 do. I don't remember, is Construct's Armory upgraded to 1.18.2 yet? Or do you think they're not going to do that? Because Construct's Armory is one of my... There's armor in base tinkers now? What? Okay, that's Project E, that's Mechanism. Are you sure about that? Because there's no chest plate showing up. That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. That is literally not the same thing. That's what I'm asking about. Yes, I'm aware. But what I'm asking about is specifically Construct's Armory armor, which is modular, just like the tools. It uses everything the tool uses. You can modify them the same way as the tools. So leather. 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 Leather and glass. I was specifically meaning armory style, where it literally works exactly like the tools do. Or are you implying that they do work that way, but not quite the same? Because I specifically want that kind of armor. Where I can make like iron chest plates and stuff like that. Great. Okay. Well, that can go to waste, I guess. Yeah. That doesn't quite fit what I'm hoping for. I was hoping for Construct's Armory style armor. Which is because of how cool it is. Having the exact same of modularity as... Also, Tinker's Anvil. That sounds new. Yeah, that's new. Uh, well, steel block. Tool forge? So that's the higher tier forge then. Okay. Because there's still the tool station, I believe. Or whatever. Block of pig iron. Oh my gosh, the pig iron block now looks like it actually is a pig head. Babe. Like it even has the eyes and nose on it. Because I believe there's tinker stations. Okay. 3-pack. Ah, fudge. I forgot about that little detail. That was a thing that took getting used to for me as well. That little detail. Let's do a couple patterns. Also, let's really quick smelt out. Ooh, wait. What can that be turned into? Immersive engineering can turn it into 10 dust. Huh. Would that double? Potentially? Is that still smeltable? I mean, it looks like it's still smeltable. 1 ingot worth. Except for the fact that I think the Tinker's Hammer only does a 1-to-1. Doesn't it? Yep, okay. Anyways, I believe there was an alloying method. I don't know if that was 10, if 10 was alloyable or not. Foundry. Oh, they changed it to a foundry now? Huh. Okay then. Okay then, that's interesting. You can still alloy in the smelter. So the 10 that says it needs to be done in the 10 alloy that says it needs to be done in the smelter, in the foundry, is actually doable in the smelter still. 10 in copper becomes, blazing blood. Excuse me? Oh, you get copper for melting it in the foundry. What's the difference? Wasn't that able to be alloyed at some point? Okay. I feel like it used to be alloyable. Okay, yeah, it is. Copper and tin makes molten bronze. Okay. How do I make... Is there a way to make brass? Because that would be neat if I could make molten brass with an alloy. Copper and zinc. Okay, that's useful. Ha! I don't have to go to the nether to get brass. I mean, I probably still need to go to the Nether to get other things, but I don't need to go to the Nether to get brass. Mwahaha. I'm a goofball, aren't I? But yeah, so this literally makes all of this stuff easier. All of the Tinker stuff easier, at least. I'm hungry. Wow. Wow. Wow, JEI. Yes, get rid of the first two letters I typed in the word brass when I come back into the inventory. Yes. Yes, that's nice of you, JEI. You saw nothing, chat. JEI did not say a bad word. I see what you're searching for, but how about this instead? Says JEI. Wow! Wow, JEI, wow! It gets rid of the first two letters of whatever I search. Babe. If I leave the inventory for long enough, and I come back in, it gets rid of the first two letters of whatever I search. So I need my materials in the U-book. Did I get one of those? Yes, I did. I need to figure something out. Let's see. Tools. Actually, let's go to materials. Wait, leather has a use? You can make leather tools? That's new. Copper, okay, that's useful. It can only be used as part of the binding? Okay. Tinker Station. Part builder. Okay, that's what I thought. Bop, bop. Bop, bop. If I recall, I need a crafting station in the middle of this. In fact... Let's see. Part builder, Tinker Station, part chest, Tinker's chest. I'll need a piece of grout and a book to make that. Okay. Okay. Gadgetry. Hold up. Does it have to be a sky slime ball? Or can it be any slime? It has to be a sky slime. Ah. I wonder if gadgetry is an add-on thing, though. Also, wasn't there a stencil thing? Don't I need a stencil? What? Hold up. Wasn't there... It's all in the part builder? Are you sure about that? What? No, it can't be. Unless... Oh. Wait. That's impressive. Why'd they do that? Why did they do that? I'm curious why they did that. Anyways, I need more gold, I think.
You're spoiled, completely rotten, dog. I hope you realize that.
What, because of how she's laying?
Just the fact that she gets to lay like that and you are spoiled, totally rotten. You know that. You do. Look at this look on your face.
Okay.
Like, yeah, so what? I'm
Uh,
a princess and I know it.
so I need a piece of grout. I need gold as well. First,
Completely rotten.
yeah, that part's weird. They changed some of the functionality. This is now all you need to make a part.
Yeah, they did change that a little bit.
You no longer need a stencil.
That's weird. Yeah, then they added the Tinker's Anvil thing, which is weird too.
They got rid of the forge, the station, the advanced station. They swapped them.
You should take a break and make yourself a sandwich.
I was actually about to ask you to make it.
You need to go do it because you haven't taken a break all afternoon.
Actually, I might end stream soon. To be fair. You good there? Wanted to get some gold first, though. Deep sleep. Okay, so gold. Gold pieces come from gravel and flint, or crushed netherrack and flint. Huh. Crushed netherrack specifically? Ooh. Ooh. That's useful. That's an iron mesh. That's what I thought. Okay. So, are we about to try to go to the nether using my buckets of lava that I'm gonna make here? Is that what's about to happen? We're about to try to go to the nether using lava and water. What do you think, Adra? The guaranteed get gold? I think I'm about to guaranteed get gold. I'm about to make it head to the nether. Yep. Let's see. So we have a bucket. We could always find a lava lake. I'm still annoyed I haven't found paper. However, balloon. Let's see. String. String can make them. String can make the balloons. Let's see, I have 8 balloons now. Who knows? Who knows? Especially consider, well, it's the same as leather. Why would you use, if you could use leather or wool to get 32, why would you use phantom membranes? I don't know. One issue I do have is this. I don't have a gold ingot. I'm literally going to the nether to get gold. How do I make this? How do I make the sail? Carpet. I don't have carpet. I don't have carpet. Do I have the iron? Do I have iron? No, I don't. I could do some more gravel sifting. Oh, wait, you're right. I do. You're right. Wump. Weempa wumpa, weepa wumpa, weepa wumpa, weepa wump. Anyways, that can make sails using string as well. In fact, we can make this airship. We need quite a few of those, actually. Oh, that's a problem. Because I think I have enough for this purpose. Because I need 4 more of those. But I should, in theory. Oh, how do I make the hole? Oh no! No, 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 no. Well, so much for that plan. So much for the point of that. And I guess I could really quick rush together a bunch. Okay, alright, we have extra of those. But I guess we can rush together a bunch of that stuff. So what we need is the hole, which needs... Is it just me, or did that say it needed... Oh, so the engine needs... Ah! Ah! Anyways, let's temporarily shut that off. Undo right here. And here. And here. Then, let's grab all our raw copper and do that. It's, yeah, I think there's other ways I can fly though. At immersive air crafts. Plane. Biplanes require those. However, simple planes, on the other hand. No! No! Ah! Okay. It'll probably be easier, I guess, to make the airship then. That's the reason we're going to the nether in the first place. That's the irony about that. So it needs logs. Okay. Iron ingots. The iron ingots are actually fairly easy, I guess. But frustrating all the same. It's going to be easier to do immersive aircrafts, I think. Okay, how do I get... Rather, how do I get this? Okay, or iron ore. Flint mesh gravel. Yeah, gold block. That can't happen anytime soon. And you literally need the gold for reasons. What was the other thing that gold came from? Um, Flint mesh. So I can still get gold from the gravel. It's less likely, but it can still happen. Alrighty then. Let's go back to the base. One of the things I want to keep track of is actually that. I've been told I need to go get food. They need to take a break. It's not lucrative enough. This is literally not lucrative enough. Okay. Bop, bop. I may need to make another... I guess. That's exactly the amount that's needed. I may have to make another one of these. But I'll be right back. I have returned.
Been out for a couple minutes anyway, so you'll probably run away.
I have returned. There we go, Raina. La da 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 da. Raina was being a brat. Anyways, if I'm right, 324, 396, that's about right to make a full block. So let's go find a piece of glass. Ba 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 ba. We'll borrow one of the. Ah, gotta make me pickaxe. Pop, 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 pop. Pop. Pop, 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 pop. Also, I'm not hyper. You're hyper. What? Problems, questions, comments, concerns, statements, thoughts. Okay, I need a single. I need 4 of these worth. That's not where that needs to go. I need 4 of these worth. Okay, so we then need the cast. We need then need the cast. The cast. We need the cast to make the stuff and to do the booping. 1 ingot, 1 brick, 2 brick, soon to be 3 brick, maybe even 4 brick. 1 brick, 2 brick, 3 brick, soon to be 4. Soon to be 4. Are you a goofball? Yes, Adra, you. Are you a goofball? Are you one of the goofiest of balls? One brick, 2 brick. Oh, wait a second. I was wrong. I just remembered what I'm making. 5 brick. Soon to be 6, maybe even 7, possibly even 8. I didn't remember what I was making, so I only made 4 when I actually need 8. 8 bricks is what I need, not 4. Why am I such a goofball? Why am I a forgetful foxu? Okay, we need... Back in the base and you in the fuel tank you go. And just remembered what I was crafting and it actually needs 8, not 4. Will this work in inverse? If I right click this, will it work? No. Dang it. Bop, 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 bop. Was that not quite enough? No, it wasn't quite enough. Well, I have 5 blocks of copper. 5 blocks of copper, I tell you. 5. Count them. 5. Chat, I have 5 blocks of copper. Ba 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 ba. 5 blocks of copper and a couple ingots. 5 blocks of copper and a couple ingots. That's what I have. Ba 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 ba. I also have some zinc. Da 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 da. I also have some wonderful zinc. La di da di da di da 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 da. I also have some zinc. Zinc, I tell you, zinc. Also, I am definitely not a hyper fox. I also have some zinc. Zinc, I tell you, zinc. Ba ba ba. Zinkity zinc. It is some zinc. Ara has some zinc. Ara has zinc. Zinc, zinc. Zinkity zinc. Zinkity zinkity zinc. Ara has some zinc. Ara has some zinc. Hopefully enough zinc to make flooding all of these into ingots. Yep, yep, yep. Except for not quite. Alright. Bop, 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 bop. We now need the nugget cast. Do 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 do. We now need the nugget cast. Oh, I now need the nugget cast. We had 5 zinc and 3 nuggets. Also, I think the wandering trader left his llamas behind. Babe. I guess I do get to keep the llamas. Llama, llama. Llama, llama, llamas. I get to keep the llamas. Because the wandering trader left them behind. He clearly didn't actually want them. Because he ran through the house and broke their lead. Leaving them behind. When he finally left. Llama, 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 llama. He left the llamas behind and got to keep the llamas for myself. I got to keep the llamas for myself. Yay! You guys are kind of annoying though. Anyways, the silly little llamas are kind of annoying though, I guess. Alrighty then, this is easy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy when you have all the materials you could ever need. Ba 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 ba. Alright, we need... okay. So we need a couple steaks. Couple fences. A slab or two. Couple more sticks.
We'll be back.
I'll probably be finished when you
Okay.
get back.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna stop anywhere in general or for dinner or whatever. She's been trying not to spend money because she's kind of low.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing okay, but we'll see. Especially I got the other shit fixed.
Mm-hmm.
It's just gonna take time for them to give the checks to me, that's all. Stuff has been locked up and getting 3 checks at once in about a week and a half.
Mm-hmm.
After I filed tomorrow, then booked the payment on Sunday. Then I'll also file my taxes too. And I'll owe a little bit to one state, but get some back from the other, and then you can pay pretty quick too, so. And then we'll get a federal refund, but that usually takes at least a month,
Mm-hmm.
because they only cut checks like every 3 weeks. And they probably haven't even started the first time yet.
Right.
They usually don't do it right away while they're finalizing everything, and then they'll start processing.
So, the immersive airship is essentially a boat with one of these balloons on top of it. That's about it. So, immersive aircraft calling their airship an airship is kind of, exaggerating. It's kind of an exaggeration. Hey, we can finally fly. I mean, I can make this as big as I want. Dickens! Come here. This thing can get bigger. Dickens! Dickens, come here. But yeah, I would call their airship an exaggeration and my airship cheap but modifiable. I don't call my airship an airship right now, I call it a mini plane. Or a hot air balloon plane? Maybe. Dickens! Maybe the term hot air balloon would work. Come here, Dickens. Yeah, mine is just floaty thing. Anyways, the one issue I do have is the ship engine is kind of expensive. But that's about it. I do that. I can make myself a little mini docking station for my airship. Of course it does. Hold up. I'm sorry, what? What? Hold up. What? Okay, never mind. Not weird. It looked weird for a second. You're okay, Raina. That recipe confused old me. Anyways. So we need oak bridges. Which needs oak fences. Hi, Raina. You're okay. Why are you looking at me like that? Ta-da! We now have a dock for our little Babu airship. Alrighty then. What do you think about my little mini dock? Ta-da! Adra. Yep. Wonderful airship dock. Wonderful air vehicle dock. What'll probably happen is from here I'll modify upward. What I'll do is I'll swap these out for regular planks, and I'll modify in such a way that the entrance still counts as here. Even if I have to add another set of stairs on top of the dock. And then, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, probably. Like maybe you have one of these be an entry. Make it out of glass. Do a bunch of balloons up above. So you want to know something? What happens if you don't have balloons, by the way? If I remove those balloons, which I won't get back, now that I think about it, I'm going to regret this. If I remove those balloons... Oh, I get them back now. Oh my gosh. Basically, now it's just a boat. It can drive on land, but it's a boat. It's a little boat. See? A little teeny tiny boat. Whee! They added physics. This is the same plan for this is the same kind of thing they're planning on doing with the Create Aeronautics too. Is add physics. Also, I only actually needed one of those balloons in there. One of the updates modified how those work though. It's all about how I do it. There we go. Anyways. I lost track of the little one that wants my the birdo that wants my Emeralde. I've heard it's whistling, but I can't find it. Yeah, it's somewhere in the mine, but where? Like, I can hear it in the mine. But I can't see it. I hear it. It's around here somewhere. Oh, hi. Ow. That skeleton's the master of stealth. Not the bird. Hi, little one. Let's get you out of there. There you go, little one. Alright. Haha! They interact. Alright. um, plan. Hold on to this for me for a couple. Thank you. No! It doesn't work. Where's my bucket? Book it. There you are. Book it. Tut, 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 tut. Now we're carrying all the lava with us that we can. Also,
Um, I was going to try to find a lava pool because I don't think I have enough lava. I don't have enough lava to make the portal. But I do realize I did leave behind my little precious little yeah, we're not using the bridge. Ah, fudge. We're not using the bridge for that, especially not this time. I need the same number of buckets that I would need of obsidian to make lava the way I need it to be. Yep. Because here's the deal. Right here is one set of obsidian. Here's the other set. And then there's this. Now, to do the obsidian, to do it the way I need to do it, I have to come in from the top. So, right here is like so. Of course. Yeah. Oh, right, this thing gives off light. Well, it's full. Basically, what I do is this. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I should be able to go up here. Let's see, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4 over, and 1, 2, 3, 4 in. However, if we think about it, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so from here, it's, was it here? Yeah, it was this block here. It's 4 over from 1, 2, 3, 4. In theory, I guess not. Maybe I should just dig to the surface. Dig a little pit to the surface. Dickens! Dickens! Stop it. Dickens.
Yes, I am aware that you can alloy. Is it is it a better ratio? Do you think? So it uses less water. It uses um alrighty then. Dickens! Stop barking at nothing. Stop barking at every random noise you hear outside. Alright, so I have 290. Honestly, I think it doesn't matter either way, convenience-wise. Where do you think I got the idea for this method of nether portal building? Or why do you think I was looking for a lava pool? I wanted to speedrun the portal part of this. But that's where I got the idea, got the design, the idea with speedrunners. You set up a little bit of a frame
Of course, most speedrunners, annoyingly enough, um, include the corners. I miss my little gazpacho friend. Okay, well that's one more. Oh, Reina, oops. Most speedrunners, a lot of speedrunners I've seen completely screw themselves over because they always do, because they do the corners. Sometimes I've seen them do the corners before. Like, it's always like, why? Why do the corners? When you can do a thing like this. Why do the corners? Like it's weird. Of course, then there's also the speedrunner hunts. Stop! Dickens, that was literally you. That sounded like you bumped into something and then started barking at yourself. To me, at least. Wah, wah, wah. Also, I don't know if you realize this, but I've done this completely legit. I haven't cheated myself in a transmutation tablet. I've been doing this completely legit. Speaking of which, how do I get glowstone? Is there a way to get glowstone without going to the nether? Dickens! Iron mesh are better. Fudge! Iron mesh are better? How dare! How dare they? How dare! Iron mesh are better, my butt. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah.
anyways. Dickens! Come here. You brat dog. Also, Zaquoon, please try to keep chat in American English. Thank you. Three. Oh. Okay. Let's see. So let's put this in here. That wasn't enough. That was not enough. Bloody flippers. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Also, I'm not a goofball. You're the goofball. I'm not the goofball. You're the goofball. Ba 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 ba. Okay, so can I right click this and yoink that? No. What about that? Excuse me. Let's see. One ingot. Not surprised. Go ahead and since they said something obscene, if they said something bad, go ahead and ban them. I have 5 iron. 5. I need 1 more iron. But yeah, go ahead and ban them if they said something bad. I also need to keep track of my gold. Ba 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 ba. But yes, I have had a few people pop into chat. The reason we've been trying to keep chat English is because I don't always. Because I don't understand it, so. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. I remember when they used to stay in this position. They probably also that person probably said something bad about me being trans, I bet. They probably had a negative opinion of me being trans. Boop 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 boop. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past that. Ow. copper. My chest or my model's chest? There's a bit of a difference there. Huh. That's interesting. So I can put the tank in. I can preemptive. Hold up. I can preemptive? You're telling me this whole time I could have gone over here, set that in there, and cast whatever I smelted? Oh, hello there, emeralds. Well, 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 look what we have here. Adra. Yeah. Look what I wound up with. Though. Weird. The fuel container distinctly looked like it had fuel in it to me. But yeah, look what I have in my inventory. Excuse me. What? Foxbird's number. Excuse me, I mean, what? Foxbird's not burp. We definitely know burp. That was definitely not me. Not at all. Nope. No aura burp. None at all. Definitely didn't happen. Alright then. So I can literally just send that straight into here. What? No, I can't. What? What? Does it not work that way? It looked like it... I'm confused. Adra, help. No, no, what the... Why did it pick it up? Why did it pick the cast up? Why? No! Why is it randomly acting... Why is it acting like that? What the flippers? Help! Um, it appears so. Cheats in an uncrafting table. Nah, I wouldn't do that. Okay, so to get glowstone from a sieve, I need dust. I'm just not gonna bother smelting those iron bars down, by the way. I'm gonna hang on to those iron bars until I get an uncrafting table. There's 2 more iron ingots. Where did my iron go? I had more of that, didn't I? Oh well. What was I making with this? Oh yeah, that's right. I think that's where all my iron went. I remember. Anyways, glowstone. Hello? There we go. I actually need 4 pieces of glowstone. Unfortunately, I did not have enough pieces of dust. Oh, and that's perfect too. The redstone. Oh my gosh. Am I about to get everything I need? Adra, I think I'm about to get everything I need. I think I'm about to be able to start working on my Project E stuff. I hammered it. This isn't sand. It's dust. I vein mined it with a hammer. Let's see, how much do I have? Okay, I need to track this and this. Yeah, I chose to hammer at that time. Normally, when I'm shoveling it by hand, I wasn't thinking about the fact that I could just go out into the river. Okay. Well, I have all the redstone I need. Now I just need the glowstone. I'm still missing 1 glowstone. I'm also missing diamond. don't know why, but I think Sheriff tried to invite me to play Counter-Strike. I don't play Counter-Strike. Excuse me. And what? Fuck spirits don't burp. I had someone try to scam me one time, claiming I played Counter-Strike, and sold them something. I do play FPS games, but usually it's more akin to like COD and stuff. And a couple battle royales like Apex and Blood Hunt. But yeah, so I have the glowstone I need. Now all I need is the diamond. How do I get the diamond? Civ. I need an iron mesh or a diamond mesh with gravel. Okay. Let's go find the gravel. That I will, however, pick up with my hand. Yeah. Before we do that, actually. It also has to be an iron mesh or better. So we're just going to go ahead and use the iron mesh for this. And I need to keep track of iron and possibly diamond. Not that I need multiple. Yeah, I need to keep track of iron, gold, and copper. Those are the ones I actually need to keep track of. Zinc, too. And hopefully diamond. That was more appetite, isn't it? Yep. Because the next thing we're going to do is make a cast of the pickaxe head. Goofball. Come on, Diamond. Come on. I need you, Diamond. Where are you, Diamond? Oh, Diamond. It definitely said gravel with an iron mesh, right? Yes. Diamond. Diamond. Of course, then again, unfortunately for me, yep, that was what I was about to say. I need just one diamond. One diamond, please. Please and thank you, one diamond. Just the one. At least I'm getting all the iron I need. Or rather close to it. Yeah. Trying to make the Philosopher's Stone so that I can then proceed to make the rest of the stuff. So I then can proceed to make a stone transmutation tablet. I should probably really quick smelt those. Okay, so I need 8 of them, so I need 8 stone, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bop. But yes, I am in fact trying to make a Philosopher's Stone. Alright, well, we have excusez-moi. We have this thing where we need to make no, Fox did not burp because Fox's spirits do not burp. What is definitely not what happened. I'm gonna maintain this narrative. Fox spirits do not burp. Therefore, R the Fox did not burp. That is the narrative. And R the Fox is sticking to it. Because R the Fox is a fox spirit. Or rather, she's an Arctic fox spirit, but she's a fox spirit all the same, so R the Fox did not burp. Because R the Fox is a fox spirit, and fox spirits cannot burp. Although R the Fox does have a human body that's in the physical world that could have burped, but the R the Fox you're speaking to now cannot burp. Because the R the Fox right now is the fox spirit. That's the one you're interacting with right now. Right now. Right now. Anyways, boop. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. Da-da-da-da-da. Undo that. Reconnect these. Well, there's the next iron mesh. Now we can at least do this twice as fast. We can do this as twice as fast. Twice the speed in filling up the inventory. Yes! Yes! You see the thing. The inventory thing. The thing in my inventory. There's a thing. An achievement and a thing in my inventory. Let's see if we can get any more. shiny. I'm shiny. Also, what can I say except you're welcome? For the sun, the sky, and the stars. And I'm shiny. Definitely not singing two different songs at the same time. Definitely not singing two different songs at the same time. Wee! Ooh. Ooh. Definitely not. Not at all. Nope, no proof. None. No double songs, no two different songs in the same movie at the same time happening at all. Also careful, definitely not singing a song. Sing a song. Don't worry if it's not good enough. And I'm not gonna finish it. Even though it's the song that never ends, I will stop singing it. Because unlike those people, I am not cursed. I will not succumb to the curse. The curse does not affect the fox. The fox is immune. Immune, I tell you. Immune. The fox is immune. Anyways, from there we do this, this, this. On and on, my friends. And some people started singing it, not knowing how it ends. Because I definitely didn't just start singing it not knowing how it ended. Because I knew how it ended. And I also knew that I wasn't cursed. Unlike those poor people who were stuck singing it forever. So have you seen Lamb Chop sing along then? Because I've seen that specific part of it. The song itself. I didn't see the rest of it. I'm starting to think this table might be too close to the redstone signal. But yeah, no, I have plenty of iron. Where's the other ingot? The other nuggets? The other nuggets. Also, boop, 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 boop. Let's drink all of that out. Do. Let's put those in their stacks. I have 6 nuggets. I don't have quite enough. Ooh, zinc. Bop. Anyways, let's smelt that up. Or is it complaining that there's not enough fuel? There's no fuel. Okay, so we need 4 redstone and the 4 glowstone. Yeah. There's also an automatic one in from X Compressum. I was holding down right click for Pete's sake. There was supposed to be a drag and drop, not a replace. Philosopher's Stone, an alchemist's best friend. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, X Compressum has additional compression as well as a bunch of other little details. If I sift through dirt, what do I get? I can't remember. Oh, that's seeds and stuff. 7 hours? Jesus! And to think we were only holding off to try to get this, but 8 hours actually. To think I was holding off to try to get my portal done. I guess the portal does have to wait till next time. But, really quick before we do that. But yeah, I'm good. Let's make my wonderful friend the stone transmutation table. We did it. Yes, I lose track of time easily. So what? When I'm having fun, time flies. And I lose track of it. And I was having fun. Excuse me, I told you not to put that in my inventory. But yes, I was having fun. I'm still having fun. Wee. Oh, right. Grr. Annoying detail. One little downside. Stone items do not have crafting recipes. Bleh. Blah 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 blah. And they have crafting recipes, but they do not have EMC. And I am annoyed. That's the one thing I'm annoyed about this pack. Lack of EMC on stone items. That was a regular stone tool. I haven't made any Tinker's tools. Remember? This pack broke. Basically, at some point in time. Also, guess what? Guess what? I just realized. Okay. Let's see. What do I need for this? Airship. I need 6 sails. I need a blast furnace. Iron smith. Stop! Jesus! Dickens! is, after this, Dickens! Stop! I have 150,940, no, 944 EMC. Anyways, chat. Alright, let's EMC the bed real quick. Chat, after this, I am going to, after I set up this bed, I'm gonna, set my spawn point. Wait a second. Dog! Can I, what do you mean singularities? Alright, Stune. I don't even think this pack has that feature. Yeah, I really don't think this pack has that feature. Yeah, really quick. Let's do one little detail. Yeah, I don't even think I incorporated that kind of feature in here. Boop 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 boop. Bop. Haha. Ah, come on. Don't tell me. That's not been spelling that whole time. Oh well. Pop. I have decided to use my EMC to get myself the rest of the blocks of the portal. The rest of the portal blocks are coming from EMC. No more of this foolishness known as lava and water buckets. We are alloying it. We are gonna alloy the obsidian. Once we get okay, I'll need 2 buckets worth of it. But yeah, basically we're gonna alloy the obsidian. We just need to finish this. Hold on, I'm curious. Watch of flowing time. What do you need? You need obsidian to make in the first place. Because of course you do. I also need damage, which I now no longer have. Because I didn't have the tablet before I made the Philosopher's Stone. Although, I just remembered. Philosopher's Stone. And emeralds. Gold, too. I definitely don't. If I'm right. Ta-da! Bop. Bop. Hold on. What about in-world crafting? If I take some lava. Okay. Okay. I am, hold on. Hello, sirs. Sirs. The factory isn't even built yet. What are you doing on my private property? Stretchy, 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 stretch. Maybe. I wonder if I can get them to go in. I'm not even sure I can get them to go in yet. Is the problem. But first off, let's get this real quick. Was it 2? You said it was 2, right? New! Ah! Turn that off. So that should make me, once I've put fuel back in it, at least, should make me 2 things of lava, right? 2 things of obsidian. Yep. Okay. So now we do temporarily disconnect that. Bop. And a bop. And voila! I wanted to cast out the obsidian. Real quick. So, I just thought about something. How am I supposed to get them in there? How would I get them in there, Adra? How would I get the pillagers in there? Alright, so we now have the obsidian we need. Because unless I make them follow me up on top with water pushing them in without it actually flowing in. Well, that's a problem for next stream of this pack. That's a problem for next stream of this pack. Problem for future art. Exactly. Anyways, chat. Boop. And stay epically golden. Let's go find someone amazing to raid. Let's see. Hopefully they're actually live. Unlike what stupid Streamlabs and Twitch's desync has been doing to me. Ba 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 ba. Da 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 da. da da da. Also, I've been sitting in that Discord call with no one in the call with me today. Bop. Ba 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 ba. I guess we'll raid Marna. / raid your Marna. Control A, Control X that. So we can actually do it in the right spot. Control V, enter. Control C, Control V, Control A, Control X. Thank you, chat, for joining me. As always, stay up your golden. Love y'all. I'm gonna just go ahead and hit shield mode after this anyways, Gaelic. But night. Bye, chat.